In the heart of Romania, where the mist clings to the Carpathian Mountains and the forests stretch endlessly into the horizon, there are stories. These stories whisper through the wind, flow in the rivers, and echo in the villages. They've been passed down through generations, shared by grandmothers at firesides, and carved into the very fabric of the land. Romania is a place where the veil between the ordinary and the mystical is thinner than anywhere else. People here believe in things that most might dismiss, things that haunt the night, things that protect the innocent, and things that defy understanding. One of the oldest belief centers on the Strigoi. These creatures are neither living nor dead, trapped between two worlds. The people feared them because they believed that these restless spirits roamed at night, seeking to feed on the life force of the living. It wasn't just their hunger that terrified villagers, it was the belief that anyone could become a Strigoi after death. The threat felt so real that they took extreme measures to prevent loved ones from rising as one of these creatures. They would bury the dead with precautions, placing heavy stones over the graves, driving stakes through the body, and even performing rituals to ensure the soul found peace. These customs were not born of fiction but of genuine fear and belief in the unseen forces that governed life and death. But it wasn't all darkness in Romanian folklore. There were also stories of the Eel, beautiful female spirits who danced in the moonlight. These enchanting beings were said to live in the forests and hills, and they had the power to bless or curse those who crossed their path. Some people believed that they would fall ill or even die after encountering the Eel. But if one showed respect or avoided offending them, the Eel could bring good fortune. In villages, people were careful not to disturb places known to be favored by these spirits. It was common to hear warnings from elders about certain spots in the forest where it was best not to venture at night, for fear of provoking the wrath of these unpredictable spirits. Then, there were the Zmei, dragons that soared through the skies of Romanian folklore. Unlike the terrifying dragons of other cultures, the Zmei were complex figures. They were sometimes portrayed as noble creatures, protectors of their chosen people. Yet, at other times, they were fierce and menacing, capable of great destruction. Heroes in Romanian legends often faced these creatures, with their encounters becoming stories of bravery and sacrifice. These tales of battle between man and monster, good and evil, stirred the hearts of those who heard them, teaching lessons of courage and the cost of victory. Romanian folklore is also rich with the presence of the Moroi, another kind of undead being. Unlike the Strigoi, the Moroi were usually children who had died before being baptized or souls that had been trapped in this world due to some unresolved issue. They were thought to rise from their graves at night, tormenting the living and bringing illness or misfortune. To protect themselves, villagers would perform specific rites, burn incense, and sprinkle holy water around their homes. These rituals weren't just for peace of mind, they were a way to survive in a world where the dead could still reach out from the grave. The forests of Romania hold many secrets, but perhaps none are as mysterious as the tales of the Solomonari. These sorcerers were said to possess immense knowledge of magic and the natural world. They could control the weather, summon storms, and communicate with the animals of the forest. Some said that the Solomonari could ride on dragons and travel between the clouds, controlling the elements at their whim. But they were feared as much as they were respected, for their powers were seen as a double-edged sword. While they could bring rain to a drought-stricken land, they could just as easily unleash devastating floods. In some villages, children grew up with stories of strangers arriving during storms, thought to be Solomonari in disguise. These tales instilled both awe and caution, reminding people to respect the forces that could not be explained. Not all stories were of creatures and spirits, though. Romanian folklore also celebrated the Fat Frumos, the archetype of the perfect hero. Brave, handsome, and virtuous, he was often the one to confront the Zmei or rescue those in need. His adventures filled the imaginations of the young, who dreamed of growing up to be as honorable and fearless as him. Alongside him was Ileana Cosenziana, the epitome of beauty and wisdom. She was the prize in many stories, often kidnapped by the Zmei and waiting for her heroic rescue. Together, their tales of love, bravery, and magic brought hope to people, showing that even in the darkest times, goodness could prevail. The mountains, forests, and rivers of Romania are more than just natural landmarks. To those who live there, they are places where the past still lingers, where ancient stories cling to every rock and tree. People say that if you listen closely enough, you can hear the whispers of the eel in the wind, or catch a glimpse of a strigoid lurking in the shadows. These stories are more than just tales to frighten children. They are woven into the lives of the people, shaping their understanding of the world around them. Romanian myths and legends reflect a world where the line between the living and the supernatural is blurred, where every shadow might hide something unseen, and every breeze might carry the whisper of a spirit. For centuries, these tales have lived on, not just in books or stories, but in the hearts of the people, passed down from generation to generation, ensuring that the magic of the old world is never forgotten. There is something chilling about the idea of a creature that walks among us, hungry not for food, but for the essence of life itself, blood. The thought of something so close to death, yet still alive, lurking in the shadows, has haunted people for centuries. Long before Dracula became the most famous vampire, whispers of blood-sucking creatures existed across the world. These stories, passed down from one terrified generation to the next, remind us of a fear as old as humanity itself, the fear of something dark, something that feeds off the very thing that keeps us alive. In ancient Mesopotamia, people feared creatures called the Lamashtu and Lilitu. These were said to be female demons that crept into homes at night, especially targeting pregnant women and newborns. They were believed to drink the blood of babies, leaving them lifeless. The very idea of such a creature brought horror to the hearts of families. Mothers would place amulets and perform rituals to protect their children from these nightmarish beings, praying that their little ones wouldn't be taken in the dark hours of the night. These stories were not just myths, they were warnings, passed on to remind people of the unseen dangers that might visit when the moon was high. In ancient Greece, people told tales of the Impusa, a demonic figure sent by the goddess Hecate. With a bronze foot and fiery hair, the Impusa was said to seduce men as they slept, drinking their blood and leaving them drained of life. Greek travelers, moving through the night, would speak of feeling a chill in the air, knowing that something was watching, waiting for the right moment to strike. The terror of waking to find your life slipping away, stolen by a creature with a thirst for blood, was something that lived in the minds of many. People would make offerings to appease these spirits, hoping that the Impusa would pass them by and seek another victim. In India, stories were told of the Vedala, a vampire-like spirit that possessed the dead and hung upside down from trees, much like a bat. The Vedala did not just drink blood, it took over the bodies of the dead, walking among the living, pretending to be one of them. This blurring of life and death was perhaps even more frightening than the bloodshed itself. The idea that the dead could rise, not as themselves, but as something twisted and monstrous, haunted the people of India. Families would burn their dead quickly, ensuring that the body would never be used by the Vedala for its terrible purposes. In the cold lands of Eastern Europe, long before the story of Dracula was written, there were already stories of the Strigoi and the Nosferatu. The Strigoi were restless spirits who could rise from their graves, feeding on the blood of the living to maintain their own existence. Villages were gripped with fear whenever a sudden illness or unexplained death occurred. People would dig up graves to check if a corpse had shifted, believing that a Strigoi might be to blame. If they found signs, such as a body that hadn't decomposed or had blood around its mouth, the villagers would drive a stake through its heart or burn the body. It was their only defense against what they believed was a powerful and unholy force. In Africa, there were tales of the Assassinatum, a terrifying creature that lived in the trees and captured unsuspecting people. With iron teeth and hooks for feet, the Assassinatum would drag its victims into the treetops, feeding on their blood. The forests became places of fear, where people would walk quietly and quickly, hoping to avoid catching the attention of this monstrous being. Hunters and travelers would speak of hearing strange sounds in the night, and even the bravest of them would admit to feeling a cold shiver when passing through certain areas, knowing that something deadly might be watching from above. In China, the Jianshi was a creature that terrified the people. This was a reanimated corpse, stiff and unnatural, that hunted humans to suck the life force out of them. People would describe the Jiangshi as a creature with greenish-white skin, hopping towards its victims, ready to drain their energy. Families would seal the doors and windows of their homes, placing mirrors and special charms to keep the Jiangshi away. The fear of such a creature was real, and even today, stories of the Jiangshi linger in Chinese folklore, reminding people of the thin line between the living and the undead. The Aztecs, too, had their own terrifying bloodsuckers. They believed in the Cihuateteo, spirits of women who had died in childbirth. These vengeful spirits were thought to attack children, stealing their blood and leaving them cold and lifeless. The Aztecs would hold ceremonies to honor these spirits, hoping to prevent them from harming the living. The idea of women, once bringers of life, becoming death bringers after their own tragic end was enough to send shudders through the community. Even in death, these women had power, a power that brought fear rather than comfort. In almost every corner of the world, there were stories of creatures that fed on blood. Some were spirits, some were reanimated corpses, and others were demons. But the fear they inspired was always the same. These stories emerged from a time when death was a constant presence, and the unknown was a daily fear. People didn't need to be told twice to be cautious at night, for they knew that something might be out there, something hungry. The idea of blood being taken, of life being stolen, wasn't just frightening because of the violence. It was terrifying because it symbolized a loss of control. People could protect themselves from physical harm with weapons and walls, but how could they protect themselves from a creature that could slip through cracks, that could come silently in the night, and take the most precious thing they had, their life? In the quiet villages nestled between the mountains, as the sun dipped below the horizon and shadows stretched long across the land, a chill would settle in. People would gather close to the warmth of their fires, speaking in hushed voices, fearful of what the night might bring. For in the dark, unseen forces roamed, creatures that fed on the living, creatures whose hunger could never be satisfied. The stories passed from one generation to the next told of such beings, and the fear that filled their hearts was real. It wasn't just Romanian soil that gave birth to these tales, there was something more, something older, that had crept into the fabric of Romanian folklore. It was the influence of the Slavs, who had their own terrifying stories, legends of bloodthirsty beings that haunted the night. Long ago, when Slavic people settled in the lands that now make up Romania, they brought with them beliefs that left a mark on the local culture. The Slavs spoke of creatures known as the Uper, beings who rose from their graves to feast on the blood of the living. Unlike the stories of ghosts or spirits, the Uper was something far more horrifying. It wasn't simply a restless soul wandering aimlessly, it was a predator. It didn't want revenge or closure. It wanted blood. To the people of those times, there was nothing more terrifying than the idea that their loved ones could return from death, not as themselves, but as monsters with an unquenchable thirst. The Slavic influence on Romanian folklore wasn't just in the form of these vampires, but in the way people began to view death itself. Death was no longer a peaceful rest, it became something to fear. It was no longer just the end of life, it was the potential beginning of something much worse. If a person died in a violent or unnatural way, there was always the risk that they would come back as an Uper or what the Romanians came to call a strigoi. These creatures would claw their way out of their graves and seek out the living, feeding on their blood to regain their strength. They could look like the person they once were, but something was wrong. Their eyes were empty, their touch cold, and their hunger endless. Villagers lived in constant fear of these creatures. When someone in the community died, especially under mysterious or sudden circumstances, the whole village would be on edge. They believed that if the proper rituals weren't followed, the deceased could return as one of these creatures. This fear led to strange and often disturbing burial practices. People would place stones on the graves of the recently deceased, drive stakes through their bodies, or even decapitate them before burying them. These were desperate measures, born from a desperate fear. It wasn't just about protecting the dead, it was about protecting the living. The influence of Slavic vampire myths on Romanian folklore didn't stop there. The Slavs believed that certain people were more likely to become vampires after death, those who were evil in life, those who had been wronged, or even those who hadn't been properly buried. This belief spread into Romanian culture, and soon, anyone who seemed different, anyone who had lived a troubled life, became a suspect. Even children weren't safe from suspicion. If a child was born with certain physical deformities, people feared that the child might be cursed, destined to become a vampire after death. It's horrifying to think of how easily a person's life could be tainted by fear, how quickly a tragedy could spiral into suspicion and terror. As these Slavic vampire myths blended with Romanian beliefs, a new kind of dread took root. People began to see vampires not just as creatures of the night, but as something more sinister, something that could come from anyone, anywhere. A neighbor, a friend, even a family member could, after death, rise again to feed on those they once loved. The thought was unbearable, but it was a fear that people carried with them every day. It was a fear that shaped how they lived, how they died, and how they treated their dead. The Slavic myth of the vampire was tied to the natural world in ways that only made it more frightening. It wasn't just about blood, it was about life itself. The Slavs believed that vampires could control the weather, summon storms, and cause crops to fail. In a time when people depended on the land for survival, this was a terrifying thought. A bad harvest could mean starvation, and if people believed a vampire was behind it, there was little they wouldn't do to stop it. The fear wasn't just about personal survival, it was about the survival of the entire community. One of the most horrifying aspects of the Slavic vampire myth was that it wasn't just about death. It was about the betrayal of life. To the Slavs, and later to the Romanians, a vampire was not just a creature of the night, it was someone who had once been trusted, someone who had once been loved. That betrayal, the idea that someone could come back twisted and wrong, was what made the myth so powerful. It wasn't just about monsters, it was about the loss of trust, the fear that even in death, those closest to you could turn against you. These vampire myths were more than just stories, they were a way for people to make sense of the unexplainable, to cope with the fear of death, illness, and the unknown. When crops failed, when livestock died, when loved ones fell ill, it was easier to blame a creature of the night than to face the harsh realities of life. The Slavic influence on Romanian vampire myths didn't just change the way people saw death, it changed the way they saw the world around them. It turned the night into a time of danger, the grave into a place of fear, and life itself into something fragile, always at risk of being taken by something that couldn't be stopped. The cold winds of the Slavic lands carried more than just whispers of vampire myths, they carried a sense of dread that settled deep into the hearts of the people. It was a fear that no amount of fire or light could chase away, a fear that even in death, there was no peace, only hunger, only blood. The wind howled through the ancient Carpathian mountains, a sound that seemed to echo with the voices of long-forgotten souls. In the heart of these rugged lands, long before the Roman legions marched in, the Dacians lived. Their beliefs were as fierce and wild as the world around them. For the Dacians, death was not the end but a doorway to something more, a passage into a realm of spirits and gods that could still touch the living. It was here, in this mystical belief, that the roots of something dark began to grow, something that would later intertwine with the legend of Dracula. The Dacians did not fear death in the way that many other cultures did. In fact, they embraced it. They believed that their souls would ascend to a place where they would be free from earthly pain, joining their ancestors in the afterlife. But there was always a shadow hanging over this belief. There was the terrifying idea that not all spirits made it to that peaceful realm. Some lingered, trapped between life and death, unable to rest, and it was these restless souls that caused fear to creep into the hearts of the living. Among the Dacians, there were stories of the strigoi, restless spirits that could rise from their graves, their bodies twisted by death, and return to haunt the living. These beings were not gentle or kind, they were filled with hunger and rage. They fed off the life force of the living, and the blood they drank was said to give them strength. The Dacians believed that certain people were more likely to become strigoi after death, those who had lived violent or sinful lives, or those who had died in unnatural ways. A sudden, unexplained death was a cause for great alarm. It was a sign that the deceased might not stay in their grave, that they might rise again, seeking to satisfy an unquenchable thirst. This fear led the Dacians to develop rituals to protect themselves from the strigoi. When someone died, their bodies were closely watched. The people would place thorny branches around the grave, hoping that the strigoi would be trapped inside. If that didn't work, more drastic measures were taken. Bodies were sometimes exhumed, their hearts removed or staked through, to ensure that the dead stayed dead. These acts, desperate and brutal, were done out of a deep fear of what might come if they failed. It wasn't just the strigoi that haunted Dacian belief. The Dacians also believed in the Zmu, a terrifying dragon-like creature that embodied evil. Unlike the strigoi, the Zmu wasn't tied to the dead but represented a force of darkness and destruction. The stories of the Zmu often involved heroes who had to face these monsters in battle, but the terror they brought to the people was real. The thought of something as powerful as a dragon, bent on chaos, striking fear into the hearts of villagers, became a part of the cultural fabric. Even though these creatures seemed like fantasy, they represented something very real to the Dacians, a fear of overwhelming evil that could strike at any moment. As time passed, and the Thracians, who shared similar beliefs with the Dacians, began to influence each other, these myths only grew darker. The Thracians believed that blood was sacred, that it held power and life. In their rituals, blood was often offered to the gods to secure their favor or to protect the living from harm. But the idea of blood as a source of power also had its darker side. It wasn't just about sacrifice, it was about control. There was a belief that those who drank blood, who took life from others, could gain strength beyond that of ordinary men. The Thracians, like the Dacians, had stories of beings that could rise from the dead. These spirits, known as Rikalakas, shared many similarities with the strigoi. They were thought to be the souls of people who had committed terrible crimes or had been cursed in life. Upon death, they could not find peace. They wandered the earth, feeding on the living, growing stronger with every drop of blood they drank. The fear of becoming a Rikalakas was so strong that the Thracians, like the Dacians, took extreme measures to ensure that the dead stayed in their graves. Sometimes, this meant burning the bodies or decapitating them. To let the dead walk again was a risk no one was willing to take. The line between life and death in Dacian and Thracian belief was always blurred. It wasn't just about the body dying, it was about the soul's inability to move on. And in that in-between state, and the shadows between worlds, something terrible could happen. Something could go wrong. The soul could become trapped, filled with rage and hunger, and return to torment the living. This fear wasn't just a passing thought, it was a constant presence, something that influenced how people lived, how they died, and how they treated their dead. These ancient beliefs would later weave into the story of Dracula. The idea of a powerful figure who could rise from the grave, filled with hunger for blood, was already alive in the hearts of the Dacians and Thracians long before the name Dracula was spoken. The stories of strigoi and Rikalakas laid the foundation for the vampire myths that would one day sweep across Europe. And in these dark tales, there was always a sense of loss, a loss of peace, a loss of control, a loss of trust in the natural order of life and death. What made these beliefs even more terrifying was the thought that no one was safe. The strigoi could come from anywhere. A loved one, a friend, even a child could become one. Death did not guarantee peace, and that uncertainty gnawed at the hearts of those who lived in these lands. Every death brought a flicker of fear. Every grave held a silent question: would they rise again? The legacy of these ancient Dacian and Thracian beliefs continues to haunt the imagination. The fear that the dead may not rest, that something evil and hungry waits just beyond the grave, is a fear that never truly dies. And as long as these stories are told, as long as the wind continues to howl through the Carpathian Mountains, that fear will live on, filling the night with shadows and whispers of the restless dead. As the mist clings to the towering mountains and the moon rises high, casting its silver light across the land, Transylvania awakens. There is something different about this place, something that lingers in the air and seeps into your bones. It's a land where shadows stretch long, and the silence is thick with stories untold. The beauty of Transylvania's landscape hides a darker presence, a quiet whisper that calls to those who dare listen. This is a land where the boundary between the living and the dead feels thin, where the mountains seem to hold onto ancient secrets that the wind carries through the valleys. The Carpathian Mountains, with their rugged peaks and dense forests, surround Transylvania like silent sentinels. The trees here seem to watch you, their twisted branches reaching out like gnarled hands. The paths wind through the forest, narrow and hidden, and you can feel the weight of centuries pressing down on you as you walk them. Every rustle of the leaves, every snap of a twig, makes your heart race, as if something unseen is moving just out of sight. The mountains are not just barriers of stone and earth, they are the walls of a world that feels apart from the rest, a place where time seems to bend, and the past and present blur together in the mist. In the heart of Transylvania, the villages sit nestled between the hills, their rooftops barely peeking out from beneath the morning fog. The people here live in a quiet that is both peaceful and eerie. Life moves slowly, as if the world outside these mountains has forgotten this place. But it's in the stillness of the night, when the stars seem too far away, that the true essence of Transylvania reveals itself. The wind carries the sounds of wolves howling in the distance, their cries echoing across the land. The sound sends a chill down your spine, reminding you that in these lands, nature reigns, untamed and wild. The forests of Transylvania hold a mystical power, their depths untouched by time. The trees, tall and ancient, have witnessed the rise and fall of kingdoms, and the stories of those who once lived here are etched into the very bark. There is something about the forests that draws you in, something that makes you want to venture deeper, even though every instinct tells you to turn back. As you walk through the woods, the canopy above seems to close in, the light from the sun barely breaking through. The air is cool and damp, and every step feels like it echoes in the emptiness around you. You can't shake the feeling that you're not alone, that eyes are watching you from the shadows between the trees. Beyond the forests lie the plains, vast stretches of land that seem to go on forever. In the daylight, they are beautiful, with fields of golden wheat swaying in the breeze. But as the sun begins to set, the landscape changes. The sky turns a deep crimson, casting a bloody hue over the land, and the wind grows colder. The stillness of the plains feels unnatural, and you can't help but feel as though something is waiting, just beneath the surface. The land here holds memories, as if every blade of grass has a story to tell, stories of love, loss, and betrayal, stories that have seeped into the very soil. Then there are the castles, those grand, ancient fortresses that rise from the cliffs like stone giants. Their walls are worn with age, but they stand firm, overlooking the valleys below. Inside, the air is thick with the scent of damp stone and memories of the past. The halls are cold, and your footsteps echo through the empty corridors. These castles were once homes to kings and warriors, but now they stand as silent witnesses to the passage of time. The wind howls through the broken windows, and if you listen closely enough, you can almost hear the voices of those who once walked these halls, their whispers carried on the wind. But it's the land itself that holds the most power. There's an energy in Transylvania, something that feels alive, yet ancient. The earth here feels different under your feet, as though it has soaked up the blood and tears of all who have lived and died on it. The rivers flow with a quiet strength, their waters dark and cold, and the mountains seem to protect the land, keeping its mysteries hidden from the outside world. The sky, whether clear or stormy, feels vast and endless, and as night falls, the stars blink down like watchful eyes, keeping their secrets from the curious gaze of those who seek to understand this place. Transylvania is not just a place on a map, it is a feeling, a presence that wraps around you and holds you tight. It's the way the air seems heavier here, the way the night feels darker, the way the landscape seems to breathe with life. It's a land that pulls you in, makes you want to know more, yet fills you with a quiet dread. It's a land that feels timeless, where the past lingers like a shadow, never truly gone, always waiting just out of sight. There's something about the way the mist hangs in the air in the early morning hours, before the sun rises fully, that feels almost magical. The fog wraps around the trees and buildings like a cloak, muffling the sounds of the world and creating an otherworldly silence. In those moments, as you stand and watch the mist swirl, you can almost believe that anything is possible in this land. The line between myth and reality blurs, and the stories of vampires and ancient curses don't seem so far-fetched. Even the people of Transylvania seem to carry the weight of their land's history. Their eyes hold stories that go back generations, and their words are often spoken in soft, measured tones, as though they are careful not to disturb the spirits of the past. They speak of the land with a reverence that comes from living in a place where the old ways still hold power, where the land itself feels like a living, breathing entity. The bond between the people and the land is strong, unbreakable, forged over centuries of life and death, of joy and sorrow. Transylvania is more than a place, it's an experience, one that fills you with awe and unease in equal measure. The land itself feels alive, as though it watches and waits. It's a place where the past never truly dies, where the stories of those who came before are etched into the very earth. There's a stillness here, a quiet that feels almost unnatural, as though the land itself is holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. The air is thick with possibility, with the weight of history pressing down on you, reminding you that in this place, anything is possible. And as you stand in the midst of this ancient land, with the mountains looming above you and the mist curling at your feet, you can't help but feel a sense of awe. The land of Transylvania is a place that doesn't just exist in stories, it's a place that lives, that breathes, that pulls you in and makes you a part of its eternal mystery. The night was cold, and the sky was dark, but the fear that gripped the people of Wallachia was far colder. Whispers of Vlad III, known as Vlad the Impaler, spread like wildfire across the land. To his enemies, he was a monster, a ruler whose cruelty knew no bounds. To his people, he was both a protector and a figure who stirred both awe and terror. He was the man who turned blood into a weapon, using fear as his blade, cutting down anyone who stood in his way. Born into a time of chaos and conflict, Vlad's early life was steeped in violence. He was no stranger to betrayal, no stranger to suffering. As a young boy, he was taken hostage by the Ottomans, torn from his homeland and family. This brutal experience shaped him, hardening his heart and feeding his desire for vengeance. The world he grew up in was merciless, and so he became merciless in return. When Vlad returned to claim the throne of Wallachia, he was determined to bring order to his fractured kingdom, but his methods would soon become legendary for their brutality. He believed that fear was the key to power, and he wielded it with precision. His enemies, both foreign invaders and traitors from within, quickly learned what it meant to cross him. It is said that the fields outside his capital were filled with the bodies of those who had defied him. Thousands of men, women, and even children were impaled on wooden stakes, left to die in unimaginable agony. The sight of this gruesome forest of the dead sent shivers through the hearts of anyone who saw it. Impalement was a slow, agonizing death, one that could take hours or even days. The victim would be hoisted onto a sharp stake, which was driven through their body, avoiding vital organs so that death did not come quickly. As they writhed in pain, Vlad's message was clear: defy me, and you will suffer. But the horror did not end there. Vlad took pride in watching the suffering of his enemies. There are stories of him sitting among the impaled, dining as they moaned and gasped their final breaths. It wasn't just punishment, it was a spectacle, a display of his absolute control. Each stake, each body, was a reminder of what happened to those who stood against him. Despite the terror he spread, Vlad saw himself as a protector. Wallachia was surrounded by enemies, Hungarians, Ottomans, and internal rivals, and Vlad knew that only a ruler who commanded fear could survive. He fought to keep his kingdom free from the grasp of the Ottoman Empire, and in doing so, he became a symbol of resistance for his people. But the cost of that resistance was paid in blood. His reign was marked by battles and sieges, each one more brutal than the last. His enemies were shown no mercy. When the Ottoman army marched toward Wallachia, they were met not by swords or shields, but by death itself. As the soldiers approached Vlad's territory, they were greeted by the horrific sight of impaled bodies lining the roads. Thousands of their comrades, impaled and left to rot in the sun, their decaying bodies a warning of what awaited them if they dared to continue. The sight was so overwhelming, so terrifying, that many soldiers turned back, unwilling to face the madness of Vlad the Impaler. Yet, for all his cruelty, Vlad believed he was doing what was necessary to protect his people. The land of Wallachia was one of bloodshed and betrayal, and in a world like that, he felt he could only survive by being more ruthless than his enemies. To him, it was not just a choice, it was a duty. He had seen weakness in others and had vowed never to show it himself. Vlad's life was a constant battle against those who sought to tear his kingdom apart. His own family had betrayed him. His younger brother, Radu, sided with the Ottomans, while many of his nobles plotted against him. Surrounded by enemies both foreign and domestic, Vlad became consumed by the need to defend his throne, no matter the cost. Trust became a luxury he could not afford, and betrayal, in his eyes, deserved the most painful of punishments. But even those closest to him were not spared from his wrath. There are tales of how he would punish his own advisors for the slightest sign of disloyalty, executing them in brutal fashion, making sure that everyone in his court knew that no one was safe from his gaze. His reign was one of fear, but also one of survival in a world that seemed to conspire against him at every turn. Vlad's legacy was one of contradictions. He was both a hero and a villain, a man who fought for his people but did so in a way that left a trail of death and suffering in his wake. To the peasants of Wallachia, he was a protector, someone who brought stability in a time of endless war. But to his enemies, he was a monster, a man who took pleasure in the suffering of others, whose cruelty knew no bounds. Even centuries later, the name Vlad the Impaler strikes fear into the hearts of those who hear it. His methods of punishment were not just acts of brutality, they were symbols of his unrelenting will. Vlad's life was a dance with death, and he made sure that those who crossed him would feel the cold grip of that dance long before their bodies gave out. The legends of Vlad's cruelty spread far and wide, seeping into the imaginations of people across Europe. He became the figure of nightmares, a ruler so twisted by power that he seemed less human and more like a beast. And yet, in the heart of it all, there was a man who believed he was doing what was necessary to keep his people safe in a world filled with danger. The stories of Vlad the Impaler would echo through the centuries, giving birth to tales of a vampire lord, a creature who drank the blood of the living to sustain his own unnatural life. But before the legend, there was the man, a ruler who lived and died by the sword, whose name would be forever linked with death. Vlad's reign was a dark chapter in the history of Wallachia, but it was one that the world would never forget. The stakes he raised still stand, haunting the memory of all who know his story, a reminder of the terrible price of power. In the shadows of history, where fear and power intertwined, Vlad III was born into a world of blood and terror. His name alone struck fear into the hearts of enemies and allies alike. But as the stories of his deeds spread, something darker began to take shape. Vlad was no longer just a man. His actions, so soaked in cruelty, gave rise to something far more sinister. It was here, amidst the blood-soaked soil of Wallachia, that the legend of Dracula was born. The villagers whispered his name under their breath, too afraid to speak it aloud. They had seen what he was capable of, how his enemies trembled in his presence, and how the dead piled up in his wake. To the people, Vlad was more than human. His thirst for power seemed unnatural, as though he was driven by forces beyond the moral world. They spoke of his cold, piercing eyes that seemed to see straight into the soul, as if he knew your darkest fears and could bring them to life with a single glance. The stories of his cruelty traveled far and wide. In foreign lands, he became a figure of horror, a man who delighted in watching others suffer. But in his homeland, the whispers began to change. It was no longer just Vlad the ruler, it was Vlad, the creature of the night, Vlad, who drank the blood of his enemies to sustain his own dark power. The impaled bodies left to rot in the fields became symbols of something much darker than mere punishment. They were signs that Vlad was no longer just a man of flesh and blood. It was said that Vlad had made a pact with dark forces, that he had sold his soul in exchange for his insatiable thirst for control. The people believed he had crossed the boundary between life and death, walking among the living but no longer truly part of them. His cruelty, they said, was not human. It was as if death followed him like a shadow, never far from his side, always ready to claim another victim. As the legends grew, so did the belief that Vlad had become something else entirely, a creature whose existence fed on the pain and suffering of others. The blood, there was always blood. Vlad's obsession with death and his gruesome punishments were never far from the minds of his people. They believed he had found a way to live forever, that the blood of his enemies was the key to his immortality. The impalement, the torture, the executions, all of it became part of a darker myth. People began to say that Vlad didn't just kill his enemies, he drained the life from them, that their blood gave him strength and power beyond what any mortal man could possess. Vlad's night raids against his enemies only fueled these rumors. He was known to strike in the dead of night, moving like a shadow through the enemy camps, leaving destruction and death in his wake. Soldiers would wake to find their comrades dead, their bodies pale, as though the very life had been sucked from them. The fear spread like wildfire. Vlad was not just a man, he was a creature of darkness, a vampire who fed on the living to sustain his reign of terror. Even those closest to him began to fear that he had crossed into the realm of the supernatural. Vlad rarely slept, and when he did, it was always during the day. At night, he prowled his castle, walking the corridors with a strange, silent grace, as though the darkness had become his true home. His pale skin and sharp, cruel features only added to the belief that he was no longer like other men. He had become something else, something darker, something eternal. The very land of Wallachia seemed to change under his rule. The forests grew darker, and the once clear rivers seemed to run with a red tint, as if the land itself had become soaked in the blood of Vlad's victims. The mountains, once majestic, now loomed like the jagged teeth of a monstrous beast, watching over the land with a menacing silence. The villages lay under a pall of fear, the people too afraid to even leave their homes at night, for fear that they might catch a glimpse of their ruler walking through the night, feeding on the lifeblood of the innocent. It wasn't long before the stories of Vlad's unnatural thirst spread beyond Wallachia. In the courts of Europe, he was no longer just a feared ruler, he had become a legend. They spoke of him in hushed tones, sharing tales of how Vlad could not be killed, how he could rise from the dead if struck down. Some even claimed to have seen him with their own eyes, a pale figure in the night, his eyes glowing with a hunger that could never be satisfied. The more his legend grew, the more people believed that Vlad had transcended death itself. The title Dracula, meaning son of the dragon or son of the devil, became forever linked to his name. It was said that his father had been a member of the Order of the Dragon, a secretive group sworn to protect Christianity from its enemies. But Vlad had taken that legacy and twisted it, using it not to protect but to destroy. He had become a dragon in the darkest sense, a creature who breathed not fire, but death. The stories of Dracula, the vampire, the undead, were born from this terror. Vlad III, once a feared ruler, had transformed into a creature of myth. The people believed he still walked among them, centuries later, feeding on the blood of the living, waiting for the day when he would rise again to reclaim his throne. The name Dracula, once a symbol of nobility, had become something far darker, a name that carried with it the weight of death, blood, and eternal night. As the legend spread, so too did the fear. Vlad's name became synonymous with horror, with a thirst for blood that could never be quenched. And though centuries have passed, the fear remains. The myth of Dracula lives on, a shadow that stretches across time, born from the very real terror of Vlad the Impaler and his reign of blood. The man may have died, but the vampire he became in the minds of the people lives on, haunting the dark corners of history, where nightmares and reality are one and the same. The name Dracula stirs something primal, a chill that runs through the spine. It brings to mind dark castles, shadowed forests, and a figure that seems to lurk just beyond the reach of light. But before it became a name associated with horror and nightmares, it held a meaning far more rooted in history and bloodlines. Dracula was not always the name of a monster, it was once the name of a man whose very existence shaped the fear that clings to the name today. Vlad III was born into a world of chaos, a time when power was defined by how far one could stretch their influence and how much blood they were willing to spill. His father, Vlad II, had been inducted into the Order of the Dragon, a secretive order created to defend Christianity against the advancing Ottoman Empire. The dragon was a symbol of strength, a protector of the faith. In honor of this, Vlad II took on the name Dracul, meaning the dragon in Old Romanian. It was a title of pride, one that signified power and loyalty to the Christian cause. When Vlad III was born, he inherited his father's name, but with a slight difference. He became Dracula, which means son of the dragon. At first, it was a title of honor, linking him to his father's noble purpose. But as Vlad III's reign unfolded, drenched in blood and cruelty, the name Dracula began to take on a darker meaning. It was no longer just a reference to his father's legacy, it became a name that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. The people of Wallachia saw what Vlad did to his enemies. They witnessed his brutal methods of punishment, especially his infamous use of impalement. His actions were so horrifying that they began to believe there was something unholy about him. The name Dracula began to shift from son of the dragon to something more sinister. In Romanian, Drac can also mean devil, and soon, people started to whisper that Vlad was not just the son of a dragon, but the son of the devil himself. It's easy to see why. Vlad's cruelty knew no bounds, and the tales of his reign spread far beyond the borders of Wallachia. His enemies spoke of him as a man who had forsaken his humanity, a ruler who found pleasure in watching others suffer. It wasn't long before the name Dracula became synonymous with evil, with darkness, and with the kind of fear that grips the soul and refuses to let go. The transformation of the name from a symbol of noble strength to one of terror was gradual, but it was unstoppable. Vlad III's reputation for brutality grew, and with it, the meaning of his name changed. His enemies in Hungary and beyond began to use Dracula not as a mark of his noble lineage, but as a warning, a name that carried with it the weight of death and destruction. Even after his death, Vlad III's legacy continued to haunt the land. The stories of his cruel reign persisted, and with them, the name Dracula lived on. It became something larger than life, something that crossed the boundaries of time and reality. Vlad was no longer just a historical figure, he had become a myth, a figure of terror who could not be forgotten. And as his legend grew, the name Dracula grew with it, taking on a life of its own. The name began to spread beyond the borders of Romania, carried by merchants, travelers, and soldiers who had heard the stories of the Impaler Prince. In foreign lands, Dracula became more than just a name, it became a symbol of the supernatural, of something dark and ancient that could not be explained. The connection between the name and the devil only strengthened as people began to believe that Vlad's thirst for blood was not just metaphorical, but literal. Centuries later, the name would find its way into the hands of an Irish author named Bram Stoker. When Stoker was writing his now famous novel, Dracula, he came across the historical figure of Vlad III. The stories of Vlad's cruelty, his reputation as a bloodthirsty ruler, and the dark meaning of his name were too compelling to ignore. Stoker chose to borrow the name Dracula for his own fictional vampire, forever cementing the connection between Vlad the Impaler and the creature of the night. But while Stoker's Dracula became a household name, the true horror behind the name has always been linked to Vlad III. The name carries with it the weight of centuries of fear and bloodshed. It's a name that has come to represent not just the man, but the darkness he left behind. Vlad may have been a ruler, a defender of his land, but the legacy of his name is far more complicated. Dracula now lives in the space between history and myth, a name that means much more than just son of the dragon. It is the name of a man who walked the earth, a man who ruled with an iron fist and left a trail of bodies in his wake. But it is also the name of something far darker, something that haunts the imagination. When people hear the name Dracula today, they don't think of the historical Vlad III. They think of the vampire, the creature of the night who feeds on the blood of the living. The name has taken on a life of its own, twisted by time and terror, until it became something that no longer belongs to the world of the living. But even as the myths and stories continue to grow, the truth of the name Dracula remains rooted in Vlad's reign. It is a name that carries with it the weight of history, the blood of thousands, and the fear of those who lived under his rule. It is a name that has been passed down through the generations, from a ruler who sought power at any cost to a creature that defies death itself. The name Dracula will always be more than just a word, it is a symbol of fear, of darkness, and of the unknown, a name that will never lose its power to haunt the human soul. In the cold mountains of Wallachia, there once lived a prince whose name would be etched into history, not just as a ruler, but as a symbol of terror. Vlad the Impaler, as he came to be known, ruled with an iron fist, his punishments so brutal that they sent shivers down the spines of both his enemies and his own people. But what no one could have predicted was that this prince, who lived and died by the sword, would transcend time to become something much more, a legend, a figure shrouded in darkness and mystery, forever known as Dracula. Vlad III was born into a world where survival meant spilling blood. His father, Vlad II, had been a part of the Order of the Dragon, a secret order meant to protect Christianity from the encroaching Ottoman Empire. From a young age, Vlad III was taught that power was won through force, and that mercy had no place on the battlefield. The world he grew up in was one of violence, betrayal, and constant fear. But Vlad was no ordinary prince. His mind seemed to twist around the cruelty he witnessed, and he took it further than anyone had before. The people of Wallachia spoke of his methods in hushed tones. He was not like other rulers who executed their enemies with a swift strike. Vlad preferred to see them suffer, to hear their screams echo through the night. Impalement became his signature. The wooden stakes would pierce through the bodies of his enemies, lifting them off the ground as they writhed in agony. The sight of hundreds, sometimes thousands, of bodies impaled outside his fortress was enough to break the spirits of those who dared to challenge him. But this cruelty, this absolute disregard for human life, was not forgotten once Vlad had passed from the world of the living. The stories of his reign spread like wildfire, crossing borders and taking on a life of their own. Vlad the Prince was no longer just a man. To the people, he had become something more sinister. His thirst for blood, his delight in watching others suffer, these were not the traits of a human ruler, but of something far darker. As the years passed, Vlad's deeds became more than just stories of a brutal ruler. They began to take on a supernatural quality. People whispered that Vlad's soul could not rest, that the violence and bloodshed he had caused had tied him to the earth, unable to move on to the afterlife. Some believed that Vlad's thirst for blood had not just been metaphorical, that he had truly feasted on the blood of his enemies to sustain himself. The line between reality and myth blurred, and soon, Vlad the Impaler transformed into something much more terrifying: Dracula, the undead, the vampire. The people of Wallachia believed that Vlad had not just died, but had been reborn as a creature of the night. They said that his pale skin, his sharp eyes, and his ability to strike fear into the hearts of men were all signs that he had become more than human. The blood that he had spilled during his lifetime was now the very thing that sustained him in death. The name Dracula became synonymous with the vampire, the being that fed on the living to maintain its own twisted form of immortality. In foreign lands, the legend of Dracula grew even more monstrous. The stories of Vlad's brutal reign reached the ears of European nobility, and soon, tales of the Impaler Prince took on a supernatural tone. They spoke of Vlad as if he were still alive, walking the earth long after his death, feeding on the blood of those foolish enough to cross his path. In their minds, Vlad had become Dracula, the vampire who could not be killed, who lived forever in the shadows. As these legends spread, they took root in the imaginations of people far and wide. Vlad's transformation from prince to legend was complete. He was no longer remembered as just a ruler, but as something far more terrifying, a creature who could not be touched by time or death, a figure who would forever haunt the nightmares of those who heard his name. Dracula had been born from the blood-soaked soil of Wallachia, and there was no turning back. The passage of time did not weaken the legend. In fact, it only grew stronger. With each retelling, the line between fact and fiction disappeared entirely. The deeds of Vlad the Impaler and the myth of Dracula became one, bound together by the fear they both inspired. Vlad's cruelty during his lifetime made it easy for people to believe that he had become something more. His brutality, his thirst for blood, his lack of mercy, all of these were traits that fit perfectly with the image of a vampire, a creature that fed on the lifeblood of others to sustain its own dark existence. Even in death, Vlad's name continued to strike fear into the hearts of those who remembered him. His transformation into Dracula was inevitable. The stories of his reign were so filled with horror, so dripping with blood, that it was impossible for people to believe that such a man could have simply died like any other. No, Vlad the Impaler had become something more, something that could never die, something that would forever live in the darkest corners of the human imagination. Vlad's transition from prince to legend was a slow, terrifying process. As the centuries passed, his legend grew, fueled by the fear that he had once inspired. Dracula, the vampire, became a symbol of immortality, of power that could not be defeated. And as people continued to tell his story, Vlad the Impaler became less of a historical figure and more of a myth, a figure who would forever represent the darkest aspects of humanity. The name Dracula, once tied to a noble lineage, was now forever linked to the undead, to the vampire who could not be killed. And in that transformation, Vlad the Impaler had become immortal. His deeds in life had ensured that he would never be forgotten, but it was the myth of Dracula that would make him a legend. The prince who had ruled Wallachia with cruelty and fear had become the vampire who would rule the night forever. On moonless nights in the shadow of the Carpathian Mountains, villagers would huddle around fires, their voices hushed as they shared tales of a ruler whose very name could send a chill down the spine. Vlad III of Wallachia was not just a man. To them, he was something more terrifying, an enigma whose cruelty knew no bounds, a ruler who seemed born from the darkness itself. The stories that spread through the villages about him were not just of battles or politics. They were filled with horror, tales of blood and punishment that painted him as a figure more feared than any other. One of the most chilling stories was the tale of the Golden Cup. Vlad, seeking to impose his unbreakable will upon his people, placed a large golden cup in the central square of Targovist, the heart of his kingdom. It was a beautiful, shining object, tempting to anyone who laid eyes on it. But Vlad's gaze was more powerful than gold. He announced that anyone who dared to steal the cup would face a punishment so terrible that even the boldest thieves stayed far away. The cup remained untouched for years, glistening in the sunlight, a symbol of his rule. People feared not the law, but Vlad himself, knowing that his punishments were always worse than death. His presence loomed so large that even the poorest villager, who could barely feed his family, would not dare to take a sip of water from that golden cup. Then, there were the forests of bodies. Vlad's thirst for control and retribution led to one of the most terrifying methods of punishment ever known, impalement. It was said that Vlad's enemies did not simply disappear after battle, they were put on display. After capturing his foes, he ordered them to be impaled on wooden stakes, hoisting their bodies high into the sky for all to see. Entire forests of men, women, and even children were left writhing in agony on these stakes. The slow, agonizing death was meant to do more than punish. It was a message to anyone who dared oppose him. One particular story haunted the villagers' minds. It was the tale of an invading army from the Ottoman Empire, marching towards Vlad's land, confident in their numbers and strength. But as they neared his domain, they were met with a sight that drained their courage. As far as the eye could see, the landscape was covered with the bodies of their comrades, soldiers who had fallen into Vlad's hands. Thousands of them, impaled, their lifeless forms standing as grim sentinels on either side of the road. The stench of death hung thick in the air, and the sight was so overwhelming that many of the soldiers turned and fled before even reaching the battlefield. They didn't just fear defeat, they feared what would happen to them if they fell into Vlad's clutches. The sight of that forest of death became one of the most powerful stories that spread through the land, transforming Vlad from a man into something far more monstrous. The stories didn't stop with Vlad's enemies. Even his own people were not immune to his wrath. There was a tale about a group of merchants who came to Vlad's court, complaining that they had been robbed on the road while traveling through Wallachia. Vlad listened carefully and assured them that justice would be done. Later, when the merchants returned to their homes, they found that not only had their stolen goods been returned, but they had been given extra gold as compensation. Overjoyed, they rushed back to Vlad's court to thank him, but their joy turned to horror when they discovered that the thieves had been captured and, as was Vlad's custom, impaled outside the city. The merchants realized that Vlad's justice came at a high price. His sense of fairness was bound in cruelty, and anyone who broke the peace of his land, whether peasant or thief, would meet the same terrible fate. There was also the legend of the two monks who came to visit Vlad. They had heard of his brutal reputation and wanted to see for themselves if the stories were true. When they arrived, Vlad welcomed them and took them on a tour of his kingdom. Along the way, they passed a field filled with bodies impaled on stakes. Vlad turned to the monks and asked what they thought of his method of punishment. One monk, filled with fear, tried to appease him, saying that it was a necessary evil to maintain order. The other monk, braver or perhaps more foolish, spoke out against the cruelty, saying that such punishment was inhumane and went against the teachings of God. Vlad listened carefully and then, without a word, ordered the second monk to be impaled. The first monk, trembling with fear, was allowed to leave unharmed. The message was clear: Vlad did not tolerate dissent, and those who dared to speak against him would face a swift and merciless end. But perhaps the most terrifying story of all was the one that people whispered late at night, when the winds howled and the firelight flickered. It was said that Vlad's cruelty extended beyond the grave. Even after his death, people claimed to have seen his ghost wandering the forests of Wallachia, searching for more souls to torment. His legend had grown so large, so monstrous, that death itself could not contain him. Some villagers claimed that Vlad had made a pact with dark forces, trading his soul for eternal power. They believed that he could not die, that his spirit still lingered, haunting the very land that he had once ruled. These stories, told and retold over generations, painted a picture of Vlad that was far more terrifying than any mere ruler. He was a man who had crossed the line between human and monster, whose thirst for control and cruelty had transformed him into a figure of eternal fear. The line between reality and myth blurred, and Vlad III, the Impaler Prince, became Dracula, the figure whose name would forever be associated with darkness, blood, and death. In the flickering light of the fire, as the villagers shared these tales, they felt a shiver run down their spines. Vlad's name was more than just a memory, it was a warning, a reminder of the horrors that could be unleashed by a man with no mercy. And as they told these stories, they couldn't help but feel that Vlad was still out there, watching, waiting, ready to claim anyone foolish enough to challenge his rule, even from beyond the grave. On cold, dark nights, when the wind howled through the forests of Romania, there was one fear that gripped the hearts of the people more than any other: the fear of the Strigoi. Whispers of their existence sent shivers through entire villages, and families would hurry to lock their doors, making sure no light spilled into the night. It wasn't the wolves or the beasts of the wild they feared the most. It was the thought that a Strigoi, one of the undead, might be lurking, searching for blood, seeking to take what it needed to prolong its unnatural life. The Strigoi was not merely a story. For the people of Romania, it was a real and terrifying presence. The Strigoi were said to be the souls of the dead, wandering restlessly because they could not find peace in the afterlife. Some were the spirits of those who had lived wicked lives, while others were the victims of untimely or violent deaths. But regardless of how they came to be, the Strigoi were feared for one reason above all others: they could rise from their graves and return to torment the living. The Strigoi were believed to have the power to transform. By day, they could take the form of a human, blending in with the crowd, looking no different from anyone else. But as night fell, their true nature emerged. They became creatures of the dark, drawn to the blood of the living. It was said that they would visit their own families, preying on their loved ones, draining their life force. This belief cast a shadow over every sudden illness, every unexplained death in a village. If a family member passed away unexpectedly, it wasn't uncommon for the living to fear that their loved one had become a Strigoi, returning to exact a terrible vengeance from beyond the grave. The signs of a Strigoi were chilling. If a corpse didn't decay like it should, or if strange disturbances began occurring after someone's death, the villagers grew suspicious. A Strigoi might cause milk to sour, livestock to die mysteriously, or even haunt people's dreams, draining their energy bit by bit. It wasn't just superstition, these were real fears, and people would go to great lengths to prevent the rise of a Strigoi. One of the most dreadful practices involved the exhumation of bodies suspected of being Strigoi. When fear struck, the villagers would gather under the cover of darkness and dig up the grave of the deceased. They would examine the body for signs of unholy life. If the corpse appeared unnaturally fresh, or if blood was found at the mouth, it was clear the Strigoi had already begun its terrible work. The solution was brutal but necessary. They would drive a stake through the heart of the corpse, pinning it to the earth to prevent it from rising again. Sometimes, they would even burn the body, ensuring that no trace of the Strigoi could remain. In some villages, the fear of the Strigoi was so deeply rooted that families took precautions even before a death occurred. It was common to place sharp objects like scythes or knives around the dying person's bed, in the hopes that these would ward off the evil spirits. Coins or nails were sometimes placed in the mouth of the deceased, sealing them in the afterlife and preventing their return. And in extreme cases, the bodies were buried face down, so that if they tried to rise, they would only dig themselves deeper into the earth. These precautions might sound strange, even gruesome, to those who have never lived under the shadow of such beliefs. But for the people of Romania, they were necessary steps to protect themselves from the Strigoi's hunger. For when a Strigoi rose, it wasn't just a ghostly figure or a distant fear. It was the embodiment of death itself, walking among the living, and it hungered for the warmth and vitality it could no longer possess. The connection between the Strigoi and the legend of Dracula is undeniable. The fear of the undead, the belief in blood-sucking creatures returning from the grave, all of this fed into the lore that would eventually shape the terrifying figure of Dracula. Vlad III's brutal reign may have birthed the stories of his cruelty, but it was the deep-rooted fear of the Strigoi that gave rise to the idea of a bloodthirsty, immortal creature. The people of Romania didn't just fear death, they feared what might come after, what might claw its way back from the grave to steal their souls. The Strigoi wasn't just a faceless monster in the dark. It could be someone you once loved, someone you had known in life, transformed into something cold and unrecognizable. That fear, that someone close to you, even in death, might come back to harm you, was the most terrifying part of the belief. It made the world feel dangerous, not just in life, but even after death had claimed you. And it wasn't just the common folk who believed in the Strigoi. These fears seeped into every level of society. Nobles, peasants, warriors, they all shared the same dread. No one was safe from the reach of the Strigoi's curse. It was said that some of the most powerful Strigoi were those who had been wronged in life, seeking out revenge on the living who had betrayed them. Their thirst for vengeance could last for centuries, keeping them tied to the world long after their bodies had turned to dust. It was this fear, this tension between the living and the dead, that added a layer of dread to the Dracula legend. Vlad III, with his infamous cruelty, became the perfect vessel for these fears. The stories of his violence, combined with the folklore of the Strigoi, created a figure of terror that still haunts the imagination. Dracula wasn't just a tyrant in life, he was the embodiment of the undead, a being whose hunger for blood and power transcended the grave. In the quiet of the night, when the shadows stretched long across the land and the wind whispered through the trees, the people of Romania would tell the stories of the Strigoi. They would speak of the undead, of the creatures who could never rest, of the monsters who could take human form but were always lurking just beneath the surface, waiting for the cover of darkness. And as the fire burned low, they would glance over their shoulders, half expecting to see a figure in the distance, watching them with cold, hungry eyes. On nights when the moon hung heavy and full, casting an eerie glow over the land, there were whispers of a presence that could not be seen. The darkness itself seemed to shift, alive with something ancient, something terrifying. The figure of Dracula, looming in the shadows, was not merely a man. He was something more, a force beyond human comprehension, gifted with powers that made the blood run cold. One of the most chilling tales told was of his ability to move through the night like a phantom. Dracula, it was said, could disappear into thin air, melting into the darkness as though he were one with it. The villagers would swear they had seen him standing at a distance, only to blink, and in that heartbeat, he was gone, leaving behind nothing but the wind rustling through the trees. It was this ability to vanish, to slip in and out of sight like a shadow, that made him impossible to escape. There were those who claimed he could transform at will. The stories spoke of him becoming a wolf, prowling the countryside with glowing eyes and an unearthly hunger. Others said he could turn into a bat, soaring through the night sky with wings as silent as death itself. And then there were the most terrifying of all, the accounts of Dracula taking the form of mist. In this form, he could seep under doors, through cracks in the walls, entering homes without a sound. No lock, no barrier could keep him out. The mist would creep into the room, and by the time you felt its chill, it was already too late. But it wasn't just his ability to transform that filled people with dread. Dracula, they said, had power over the very forces of nature. Storms would rise at his command, the sky darkening in an instant as thunder rolled and lightning split the heavens. It was as if the elements themselves bowed to his will. The howling winds and torrential rains seemed to serve as his heralds, announcing his presence before he arrived. The earth trembled beneath his feet, the trees bent as though they were trying to shield themselves from his gaze. Then there was the terrifying power he held over the living. It was said that Dracula could hypnotize with just a glance, his eyes piercing through the soul, leaving his victims powerless to resist. Those who looked into his eyes felt their will drain away, replaced by an overwhelming compulsion to obey. It was as if his very presence cast a spell, bending the minds of those around him. Some described it as a heavy, suffocating force that pressed down on them, making it impossible to think or act on their own. They became puppets, their strings pulled by the unseen hand of Dracula's dark magic. And there were the victims, those unlucky enough to fall under his sway. The story spoke of people who vanished without a trace, only to reappear days later, hollow-eyed and gaunt, their skin pale as the grave. They were not the same. They moved like shadows, their expressions blank, as though they no longer belonged to this world. These were Dracula's thralls, the ones he had taken control of, using them to do his bidding. They were slaves to his power, doomed to walk the earth, bound to the will of their master. Perhaps the most horrifying ability attributed to Dracula was his thirst for blood. It wasn't just a need, it was a craving that could never be satisfied. The legend spoke of him draining his victims until they were little more than empty husks, lifeless and cold. The act was not merely about survival. It was a ritual, a way for him to maintain his immortality. Each drop of blood he consumed added to his strength, his vitality. With every victim, he grew more powerful, more unstoppable. The idea that he could feed on the lifeblood of the innocent, that he could turn something so sacred into a tool of his dark purpose, was a horror that gripped the hearts of all who heard it. But the fear didn't stop there. Dracula, it was said, had the ability to create more like himself. Those he chose to bite but not kill would rise again, transformed into creatures of the night, forever cursed to walk in the darkness, preying on the living. These new vampires were bound to him, their existence a testament to his overwhelming power. Dracula was not merely a destroyer, he was a creator, capable of spreading his curse like a disease, infecting the world with his dark legacy. Some believed that even the passage of time had no effect on him. Dracula could live for centuries, untouched by age, his body never weakening, his mind never slowing. He was eternal, a being that had stepped beyond the limitations of mortality. The idea that he could live on while generations of people were born, lived, and died filled the hearts of many with despair. There was no way to outlast him, no way to escape his influence. As long as Dracula walked the earth, the shadow of death would always loom. And yet, there was one final power that struck the greatest fear into the hearts of those who knew of him, Dracula's ability to instill terror. It was said that even before he appeared, before anyone had caught sight of him, his presence could be felt. A chill would fill the air, an unshakable sense of dread creeping up the spine. It was as if the very world knew he was near, and in that moment, everything felt wrong. The birds would go silent, the animals would flee, and the sky itself seemed to grow darker. Dracula's approach was not just the arrival of a man, it was the arrival of death itself, and everyone who sensed it knew that they were powerless to stop it. These stories of Dracula's supernatural abilities were more than just tales told around the fire. They were warnings, passed down through generations, a reminder of the darkness that could walk among the living. To the people who feared him, Dracula was not just a man or a monster. He was a force of nature, a being that defied the laws of the world, a creature that could not be reasoned with or defeated. He was an unstoppable presence, one that lingered in the nightmares of all who heard his name. And even today, His legend remains a testament to the fear of what lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike. In the cold stillness of the night, a figure stands at the edge of the forest. His eyes, glowing faintly, seem to pierce the darkness. Is he real? Or is he just a shadow, an image that flickers between the lines of myth and reality? The stories about him are as old as time, each one layering another shiver of fear, another tale of horror. But not all the whispers about vampires are the same. Some are born from deep-rooted fear, while others are woven with imagination. The legends of Dracula, the most infamous vampire, are tangled in a web of truth and myth. When people think of Dracula, the image of a pale, sharp-toothed figure draped in black, thirsting for blood, is what often comes to mind. But this version of Dracula, the one that haunts modern tales, is not the full story. The actual figure from Romanian history, Vlad III, known as Vlad the Impaler, may have been brutal, but he was a ruler, a man of flesh and blood, not the supernatural being that later stories would claim him to be. What is true and what has been twisted into legend? What belongs to Dracula, and what belongs to the broader vampire lore of Europe? One of the clearest traits that vampire myths share across different cultures is the thirst for blood. The idea of a creature needing human blood to survive is not just a product of fiction. In many parts of Europe, especially in the dark corners of Eastern Europe, blood was seen as the essence of life. Vampires, it was said, could drain a person of their blood and, in doing so, steal their vitality, leaving them as empty shells. This element of blood drinking is what ties Dracula most directly to the traditional vampire myths. But unlike many of the gory, grotesque figures in other legends, Dracula is often painted as more than just a bloodthirsty beast. He is elegant, charming, and, in many ways, terrifyingly human. He represents not only the hunger for blood but a hunger for power and control that extends beyond the grave. But in comparing the myths, not all vampires were as refined. In many European countries, vampires were thought of as reanimated corpses, swollen and discolored, with no trace of humanity left. In Serbia and Croatia, for instance, the vampire was a bloated, hideous creature, its body twisted from its time in the grave. These vampires were less likely to charm you at a castle banquet and more likely to appear at your window, snarling with hunger. They were creatures of base instinct, monstrous in appearance and mind. Dracula's legend, on the other hand, gave rise to a vampire who could walk among the living without detection, blending in with society, using his charm as his deadliest weapon. Another element that sets Dracula apart from other vampire myths is his apparent control over his powers. In many legends, vampires were slaves to their nature, unable to control their need to feed, driven only by an insatiable hunger. Dracula, however, seems almost calculated, choosing his victims with precision, often to further his own goals. This sense of control is what makes him even more chilling. He is not ruled by his bloodlust, he rules it, using it to manipulate and dominate those around him. In contrast, other European vampires were often described as mindless, driven by a need they could not suppress. The chaos and frenzy of these vampires make them dangerous, but Dracula's control makes him far more terrifying, because you never know when or why he might strike. Then there are the weaknesses, the ways to stop these nightmarish creatures. Garlic, holy water, crosses, these are tools familiar in many European vampire tales. In Transylvanian folklore, a vampire could be kept at bay with garlic or destroyed by a wooden stake driven through the heart. Dracula's legend shares some of these traits, but not all. While many European vampires are repelled by religious symbols, Dracula's connection to such things seems less rigid. His weakness to sunlight, a staple of modern vampire fiction, was also not as firmly rooted in the old tales. Early European myths didn't always have vampires cowering in daylight. Instead, they were believed to roam freely, bringing terror no matter the time of day. Dracula's vulnerability to sunlight is a later addition, perhaps to make him seem even more like a creature of the night, bound to the shadows. The transformation abilities of vampires also vary greatly across Europe. In Slavic myths, vampires were often said to be able to turn into animals like wolves or owls, creatures that symbolized death and the supernatural. Dracula, of course, could take the form of a bat or a wolf, but his ability to transform into mist or disappear altogether was a power uniquely attributed to him. This gave him an ethereal, almost ghostly quality that other vampire myths did not have. While some vampires were tethered to their monstrous physical forms, Dracula could shift between forms, making him a more elusive and terrifying predator. One particularly unsettling difference is how vampires in other European legends could return to life after being killed. In places like Bulgaria and Greece, the belief was that a vampire, even once staked and buried, could rise again unless special measures were taken. These vampires were nearly impossible to kill for good, their very nature tied to their ability to cheat death. Dracula's story, on the other hand, does not emphasize this same level of immortality. He could be destroyed, though doing so would take cunning, strength, and an understanding of his nature. As vampire myths evolved across Europe, many of them began to mix, creating a blend of traits that have shaped how we see vampires today. But Dracula, with his regal presence and terrifying strength, stands apart as a figure who straddles the line between legend and reality. His story has been influenced by countless vampire myths, but it also set the stage for the modern image of the vampire as a creature who could move through society unnoticed and strike fear into the hearts of all who crossed his path. In the end, separating fact from fiction when it comes to vampire myths is nearly impossible. The stories have been told and retold, each one shaping and reshaping what we believe about these dark figures. But at the heart of it all, Dracula remains a symbol of the unknown, a figure who may have once been a man but who became something much more, something timeless, something that still sends chills down the spine even now. He is not just another vampire, he is the embodiment of every fear, every whisper, and every shadow that creeps into the mind when the night falls and the darkness takes over. In the cold silence of the night, something far more powerful than mere thirst drives the shadows that stir. Blood, thick and warm, pulses beneath the skin, a life force that promises both salvation and damnation. For centuries, the act of drinking blood has held a chilling allure, symbolizing life stolen from one to feed the endless hunger of another. In the legends of Dracula, this act becomes more than a need to survive, it transforms into a dark ritual of immortality, a way to cheat death itself. Blood carries with it a power unlike anything else. It flows through the body, sustaining life, binding soul and flesh together. In the folklore surrounding Dracula, blood is not just a symbol of life, but also the key to something far more sinister, eternal existence. The very thought that a single drop of blood could offer immortality twists the idea of life and death. It is no longer a cycle with an end. It becomes a loop where death is a doorway that can be closed by the hunger for blood. And yet, this immortality comes at a cost. Dracula's craving for blood is not merely about survival. It speaks to a deeper need, to conquer the one thing no human can escape, mortality. Each victim whose veins he drains extends his existence, allowing him to slip away from death's grasp. But the immortality he gains is not a peaceful one. It is stained with the blood of the innocent, and with each life he takes, Dracula sinks further into a darkness that strips away his humanity. What is left is a creature bound by the very thing that keeps him alive, a creature cursed to walk the earth in shadows, never fully alive yet never truly dead. The act of feeding on blood in Dracula's legend is intimate and terrifying. Blood, shared in this way, becomes a twisted communion. It binds the predator and the prey in a relationship that cannot be undone. Once taken, the blood of the victim becomes part of the vampire's very essence, entwining their souls in a way that is both horrifying and unbreakable. Dracula's victims are not just consumed, they are marked, their blood a permanent scar on their being, as if part of them has been stolen and will never return. Yet, there is a seduction in this act. Dracula, with his charm and presence, does not merely take blood by force. There is a luring quality to his predation, as though he offers his victims something they cannot resist. The idea of sharing his eternal life becomes a temptation too great to deny. In this sense, blood represents not just death, but also the promise of power, of an existence beyond the limits of the natural world. It is a cruel irony that what Dracula offers is not life, but an existence trapped between worlds, a dark eternity bound to the shadows. But for Dracula, blood is not just about power or sustenance, it is his link to immortality. As long as he feeds, he remains ageless, untouched by time's relentless march. His immortality, however, is not the kind sung about in legends. It is a curse. His eternal life depends on the suffering of others, and in that suffering, he finds both his strength and his damnation. He cannot escape this need, and with each drop of blood, he falls further from the man he once was, sinking deeper into the monstrous figure he has become. The symbolism of blood in Dracula's story stretches even further. It represents control, domination over life and death. By drinking blood, Dracula asserts his power over his victims, taking from them the very thing that keeps them alive and using it to fuel his own dark existence. In a world where death is the ultimate equalizer, Dracula's consumption of blood sets him apart. He is no longer subject to the natural laws that bind everyone else. But in that power, he is also isolated, cursed to roam in the darkness, his immortality more of a prison than a gift. In many ways, blood in Dracula's tale is the most intimate form of conquest. It represents not just the physical act of taking life, but the spiritual domination over another being. To drain someone's blood is to hold their existence in your hands, to control their fate in the most primal, terrifying way. And for Dracula, who has lived beyond his natural time, this control becomes his only means of connection. His immortality, though eternal, is lonely. Each new victim only serves to remind him of his cursed state, forever separated from the warmth and light of true life. But despite the horror, there is a certain allure in the way blood is portrayed. The act of feeding is sensual, a dark temptation that draws the victim in before they realize the true horror of what they are surrendering. Dracula's need for blood becomes more than just a physical hunger. It is a craving for connection, for the vitality he can no longer produce within himself. His existence, bound to blood, becomes a haunting reminder that immortality is not without sacrifice. Blood, in the world of Dracula, is more than a symbol of life. It is the bridge between mortality and immortality, the fine line between man and monster. It binds him to his victims, but it also chains him to his curse. Dracula's immortality, granted through the act of taking blood, is not a blessing but a never-ending torment. For in the end, no matter how many lives he takes, no matter how much blood he drinks, he is forever locked in a state of half-life, neither dead nor truly alive. And so, Dracula's hunger for blood becomes a haunting reflection of his deeper desire. It is not just immortality he seeks, but a release from the curse that binds him. His immortality, gained through blood, is the very thing that keeps him from the peace of true death. It is a cruel twist of fate that the one thing keeping him alive is also the source of his torment, and as long as blood continues to flow through his veins, so too will his endless curse. There was once a moment, a flicker between life and death, where Vlad III, once a feared ruler, ceased to be a man and became something far darker. The transformation of Vlad the Impaler into the legendary figure of Dracula didn't happen all at once, but like all cursed fates, it began with pain. His body, already scarred by battle and betrayal, stood on the precipice between two worlds, and in that moment, something changed. What came next was not simply the death of a man, but the birth of an eternal nightmare. The legends tell of a soul so tormented by hatred and violence that even death could not claim it. Vlad, his hands stained with the blood of countless enemies, found himself on the edge of his own mortality, but the grave offered no rest. They say that those who die with hatred burning in their hearts are cursed to never find peace, and for Vlad, that hatred was insatiable. His transformation into a vampire, a being caught between life and death, was not a choice, but a fate sealed by the darkness that consumed him. The whispers of the time spoke of unnatural forces at work. Some believed that Vlad had made a pact with the very forces of evil, trading his soul for immortality. Others claimed that the sheer magnitude of his cruelty was enough to bind his spirit to the earth, unable to pass on to the afterlife. Whatever the cause, the outcome was clear: Vlad III was no longer a man. His transformation into the undead began with a hunger that went far beyond the physical. It was a hunger for power, for vengeance, and, above all, for blood. His body, once warm with life, grew cold. His heart, once beating with the pulse of battle, slowed until it barely moved at all. And yet, he lived. No longer sustained by the food or drink of mortal men, Vlad's existence began to hinge on something far more grotesque. His veins ran dry, thirsting for what only the living could offer, blood. It was said that the first taste of it came as a shock, that it burned through him with a force that was both horrifying and intoxicating. But soon, that taste became a need, a craving that overpowered every thought, every sense. Blood was no longer just a necessity, it became his very essence. As his transformation deepened, Vlad's human form began to slip away. His eyes, once sharp and calculating, now gleamed with an otherworldly light, reflecting a darkness that came from beyond the grave. His skin, pale and lifeless, no longer held the warmth of the living. Even his very presence became unsettling, a cold shiver that ran down the spines of those who dared to come near. He had become something more, something that could not be explained by human words. What made Vlad's transformation so terrifying was not just the physical change, but the way it twisted his very soul. He was no longer driven by the ambitions of a man, wealth, power, or even survival. Instead, he became consumed by the need to feed, to drain life from those around him. Every drop of blood he took seemed to pull him further from his humanity, yet paradoxically, it also strengthened him. Each victim fed the darkness within him, solidifying his place as something far more sinister than the man he once was. But there were other changes, too, ones that could not be seen but were felt. Vlad, now a vampire, gained abilities that surpassed human understanding. He could move through the night unseen, a shadow that seemed to blend into the darkness itself. His senses were heightened to an almost unbearable degree, allowing him to hear the faintest heartbeat, to smell the blood coursing through the veins of his prey from miles away. And perhaps most terrifying of all, he could bend the will of others to his own, hypnotizing them with nothing more than a glance, trapping them in a web of fear and desire until they could no longer resist. Yet with these powers came a cost. Vlad, now Dracula, was bound to the night. The sun, once a source of life, became his greatest enemy. Its light burned him, reminding him of everything he had lost, his humanity, his soul, his chance at peace. The daylight hours became a prison, forcing him to retreat into the shadows until darkness fell once more. This curse of immortality, which had at first seemed like an escape from death, became a torment in itself. For while Vlad could live forever, he was no longer truly alive. He had become an undead figure, trapped in a cycle of hunger and despair. There are stories that tell of his first moments as a vampire, how he wandered through his old kingdom, unrecognized by those who had once feared and revered him. His once great castle became a tomb, filled with the echoes of the man he used to be. And as the centuries passed, the legend of Dracula grew, shaped by the terror he inspired. The people whispered of his transformation, of the way death itself had rejected him, forcing him to walk the earth as a creature of the night. Dracula's transformation was not just a physical change, it was a descent into darkness, a loss of the very things that made him human. His need for blood became a reflection of the emptiness inside him, a hunger that could never be fully satisfied. And yet, in his endless pursuit of that hunger, Dracula found a twisted form of immortality. He became more than a ruler, more than a man, he became a legend, a creature whose name would be feared for centuries to come. In the end, Dracula's transformation into a vampire was not a single moment, but a series of steps, each one pulling him further from the man he had once been. His soul, now bound to the shadows, could never find rest. And as long as the thirst for blood remained, so too did Dracula, forever haunting the night with a hunger that would never die. In the quiet shadow of a forgotten church, where flickering candles fought against the encroaching darkness, a cross hung above the altar, casting a faint glow on the worn stone. It was here, in the heart of ancient Romania, that the most profound conflict was born, not of swords and steel, but of belief and fear. In the world of Dracula, faith in the divine and terror of the unholy walked hand in hand, each pulling at the soul of those who dared to face the night. At the heart of Romanian legends lies a tension, one that pits the sacred symbols of Christianity against the terrifying power of vampirism. The cross, the holy water, the consecrated ground, each of these, imbued with the strength of faith, became weapons not against armies, but against a curse that defied the very essence of life and death. For centuries, people whispered about how the mere presence of the cross could drive back the creatures that lurked in the shadows, including the most feared of all, Dracula. The legend of Dracula isn't just a tale of a man who became a monster, it's a story of the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Dracula, once human, is transformed into a being that rejects the very foundations of life. In his thirst for blood, his rejection of mortality, and his defiance of the natural order, he stands in opposition to everything that Christianity holds sacred. The cross, which symbolizes life, sacrifice, and redemption, becomes the very thing that Dracula cannot face. Its power is not in its material form, but in the faith it represents, the belief that good will always triumph over evil, that light will pierce through even the deepest night. And yet, it's not just the cross that holds sway over the vampire. Holy water, blessed by the priests who stood as the guardians of faith, was said to burn the flesh of the undead, a searing reminder that they no longer belonged to the world of the living. The very earth that surrounded a church, consecrated by centuries of prayer and devotion, was said to repel vampires, who could not bear to touch the soil where the divine had left its mark. But why, in the world of these ancient Romanian tales, did Dracula, and vampires like him, fear these holy symbols so deeply? Some say that the answer lies in the nature of the curse itself. Vampirism was not just a punishment, it was a rejection of the soul's journey to salvation. Those who became vampires were believed to be cut off from God, denied the chance to find peace in the afterlife. Their eternal thirst for blood was seen as a twisted mockery of the sacred blood of Christ, which was shed for the salvation of mankind. While Christ's blood offered eternal life through faith, Dracula's need for blood symbolized an eternal existence devoid of grace, consumed by darkness. For the people of Romania, who lived in a world steeped in both Christian belief and ancient folklore, this struggle between faith and vampirism was not just a story. It was a reflection of their fears about the afterlife, about sin, and about the thin line that separates salvation from damnation. The church was a sanctuary, a place where the power of faith could keep the evil at bay. But outside its walls, in the forests and mountains where shadows stretched long and cold, the presence of creatures like Dracula reminded them that the fight between good and evil was never far away. The figure of Dracula himself became a symbol of this unholy conflict. In life, Vlad III was known as a man who fought fiercely against the enemies of Christianity, standing as a defender of his people against the encroaching Ottoman Empire. But in death, or rather, in the legends that grew after his death, he became something far darker. As a vampire, he represented the ultimate betrayal of the Christian faith he once claimed to protect. His very existence mocked the sanctity of life, his thirst for blood turning the holy symbol of sacrifice into something monstrous. There are stories of how, in the quiet villages of Romania, people would make the sign of the cross whenever they spoke of Dracula, fearing that even his name could summon the evil that lurked in the darkness. They would hang garlic above their doors and place crosses at their windows, praying that these symbols of faith would protect them from the horrors of the night. And in their hearts, they believed that no matter how strong Dracula's powers were, he could never overcome the strength of true faith. But faith, too, was tested. For the terror that Dracula inspired was not just of a physical nature, it was spiritual. The thought that a soul could be so corrupted, so twisted by evil that it could never return to the grace of God, struck fear into the hearts of those who heard the tales. It was a reminder that sin, if left unchecked, could lead to an eternal separation from the divine. Dracula was not just a monster of the body, he was a monster of the soul, a warning of what could happen to those who strayed too far from the path of righteousness. Yet, there is something profoundly human about these stories. The people who lived in fear of Dracula were not just afraid of the creature itself, they were afraid of what he represented. In a world where faith was everything, where salvation was the ultimate goal, Dracula was the embodiment of everything they feared losing. He was the living death, the soul denied peace, the eternal wanderer cut off from God's love. His very existence was a reminder that, without faith, one could be lost to the darkness forever. And so, the legend of Dracula and the religious symbols that opposed him became intertwined. The cross, the holy water, the consecrated ground, each held the promise of protection, but only if the faith behind them was true. For in the end, it wasn't the material objects that Dracula feared, it was the power of belief, the strength of the human spirit to resist the darkness. And as long as that faith remained strong, Dracula's reign of terror could never fully claim victory over the hearts and souls of the living. Whispers of forbidden knowledge, dark chants carried on the wind, and shadows that flicker and writhe beyond the reach of light, this is the world in which Dracula was born. His name alone brings a chill to the spine, but beneath the surface of his legend lies something far more terrifying, the presence of dark arts. They speak of powers beyond the mortal world, powers that bend life and death, twisting them into shapes that defy nature. Dracula's connection to these occult forces gave him abilities that no mere man could possess, and it was through these unholy practices that he transcended his mortal body and became something otherworldly. There are those who say that Dracula's mastery of the dark arts came from ancient rituals, ones whispered in secret, passed down through generations by those who sought to wield powers forbidden by the heavens. The ancient books, hidden in the shadows of forgotten temples, spoke of summoning spirits, commanding the night, and controlling life itself. Dracula, with his insatiable thirst for power, did not shy away from such knowledge. He embraced it, merging his own desires with the unholy forces that crept into the world from places unseen. The path he chose led him down a road from which there was no return, and in its wake, he left behind the boundaries of mortality. It wasn't just his thirst for blood that terrified those who knew his name. It was the way the very elements seemed to bow to his will. The night itself became his ally, bending and twisting at his command. Wolves, creatures of instinct and nature, would howl at his presence, obeying his silent call. Bats swarmed in the darkness, acting as his eyes and ears, flying at his command. It was as if the natural order of the world had been thrown into chaos, as if Dracula had tapped into an ancient force, one that gave him dominion over the creatures of the night. The power to shapeshift, a gift or curse, bestowed by these dark practices, made him even more terrifying. To the unsuspecting, he could appear as a great bat, a shadow that swooped through the night, vanishing without a trace. Others spoke of him transforming into mist, slipping through cracks in walls, or a wolf, prowling silently through the woods. No place, no matter how safe it seemed, could truly protect against a being who could become the night itself. But what made these powers so horrifying wasn't just their unnatural nature, it was the price that came with them. For each ability granted by the dark arts, there was a cost, and Dracula's hunger for immortality bound him to this sinister force for all eternity. The blood he craved, the essence of life itself, became the source of his strength, but also his curse. His need to feed on the living was not born from mere thirst, but from the very pact he had made with the darkness. The blood sustained him, but it also chained him to an existence that defied death, leaving him trapped between life and the grave. Legends say that Dracula's connection to these forbidden practices began long before he ever became the monster of myth. In his youth, driven by his desire to protect his lands and his people from invaders, he turned to those who promised him strength beyond measure. But that strength came at a cost, one that would corrupt not only his soul, but his very body. His relentless pursuit of these powers drew him into rituals that summoned forces older than time itself, forces that granted him the immortality he so desperately sought, but at the price of his humanity. The rituals he performed, many say, were not of this world. Some believed they were brought to him by wandering mystics, while others thought they came from ancient tomes, written in languages long forgotten by humankind. These rituals required blood, sacrifices made under the cover of night, where the line between the living and the dead blurred. Through these rites, Dracula bound himself to a force that made him more than just a man. It granted him control over life and death, and yet, at the same time, stripped away the very essence of life that had once defined him. Even as his legend grew, people spoke in hushed tones of how Dracula had mastered necromancy, the darkest of arts. His ability to command the dead, to raise them from their graves and make them his servants, filled the hearts of even the bravest warriors with dread. For how could one fight against an enemy who could rise again, no matter how many times they were struck down? It was said that Dracula could summon the spirits of those long dead, forcing them to carry out his will, their hollow eyes reflecting only the void from which they came. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Dracula's link to the dark arts was his immortality. To live forever, to never age, to walk the earth for centuries without fear of death, this was the ultimate power that Dracula sought. But immortality, in its twisted form, came at the cost of his soul. The darkness he had embraced so fully consumed him from within, leaving him as a hollow shell, driven only by his thirst for blood and power. While he gained eternal life, he lost the light that once defined his humanity, becoming not just a creature of the night, but a prisoner of it. As stories of his immortality spread, so too did the fear. For if Dracula could not die, then how could he ever be stopped? His presence became a haunting reminder that some things, once touched by darkness, could never return to the light. And with each passing year, his power only seemed to grow, fueled by the dark forces that he had so willingly embraced. Even now, centuries later, the legend of Dracula continues to haunt the minds of those who hear his name. His connection to the occult, to the forbidden knowledge that granted him powers beyond the reach of mortals, is what set him apart from any other creature of myth. He was not just a vampire, he was something far more sinister, a being who had turned his back on life and death, who had chosen to embrace the darkness in its fullest form. And in doing so, he became the most feared creature of all, the one who could never be defeated, the one who would forever walk the earth, cloaked in the power of the dark arts. The cold wind howls through the towering peaks of the Carpathian Mountains, carrying with it stories that have echoed for centuries. At the heart of these stories stands a castle, its silhouette rising against the sky like a dark sentinel. Bran Castle, with its ancient stone walls and narrow corridors, has long been shrouded in myth. Its very presence feels as though it belongs not to this world, but to a realm where shadows reign, and the line between life and death blurs. This is the place whispered about in tales of Dracula. The moment you stand before the castle, the weight of its history presses down. It's as though the stones themselves remember the blood, the betrayals, and the fear that have seeped into the earth around it. The castle, perched high on a rocky hill, looks over the land with a silent, foreboding authority. And while it's said that Vlad the Impaler, the historical figure who inspired Dracula, never made this place his home, the legends have woven Bran Castle into the very fabric of his myth. There's something about the castle that stirs the imagination. The dark forests that surround it seem to close in, as if nature itself is trying to keep this place hidden. Visitors who step inside often talk of the eerie silence that fills the air, a silence that feels thick with unseen presence. As if the spirits of those who once walked its halls never truly left. They say that once night falls, the castle transforms into something else entirely, as if it wakes from a slumber and becomes the very heart of the Dracula legend. The association between Bran Castle and Dracula runs deep, not just in history but in the fears and fascinations of countless generations. People imagine Dracula walking through the stone halls, his shadow dancing in the flickering torchlight, his eyes watching the world from the tall, narrow windows. The castle, in many ways, feels like an extension of him, just as immortal, just as dark, and just as unforgiving. The narrow corridors twist and turn like a labyrinth, and it's easy to get lost, both in body and in thought. Some say that the castle itself was built to confuse, to disorient those who did not belong there. As you move through its cold, stone halls, you can almost hear the whispers of long-forgotten secrets, secrets that, if known, could unravel the mystery of Dracula. But the castle holds those secrets close, like a silent guardian of the past. The myths surrounding Bran Castle and Dracula have grown over the centuries, and each new tale adds to its allure. Some speak of hidden dungeons beneath the castle, where prisoners were kept in darkness, their cries echoing through the stone. Others tell of blood rituals performed in secret chambers, rituals that gave birth to the myth of the vampire. The castle, with its shadowy corners and hidden nooks, feels like the perfect setting for such dark stories. But perhaps what makes Bran Castle so chilling is not just the legends of vampires, but the very real history that surrounds it. For centuries, it has stood as a fortress, a place of power and protection, but also of pain and suffering. Wars have been fought in its shadow, and blood has stained its walls. The fear that lingers in the air is not just born from myth, but from the lives that were touched by the cruelty of those who once ruled here. The myth of Dracula has become so intertwined with Bran Castle that it's hard to separate the two. Tourists flock to the castle every year, not just to see the architecture, but to feel the presence of the legend. They walk through its halls, imagining the vampire count waiting in the shadows, his cold gaze watching their every move. And while they may leave without catching a glimpse of the undead, they leave with something else, a sense that they've stepped into a story that is far older and far more powerful than they could have imagined. Bran Castle, with its Gothic spires and dark history, has become a symbol of the Dracula myth. Its association with Vlad the Impaler may not be rooted in fact, but the connection feels undeniable. The castle, like Dracula, is larger than life, a figure of both fear and fascination. It is a place where the lines between reality and legend blur, where the past reaches out to touch the present, and where the shadows of history are never far behind. And so, Bran Castle remains, standing tall in the Carpathian Mountains, a monument to the stories that have defined it. It is more than just a building of stone and mortar, it is a living, breathing part of the Dracula legend. A place where the past refuses to die, where the dark heart of the vampire myth continues to beat, and where the ghost of Dracula lingers, waiting, always watching. The night is still, the moon casts a silvery glow, and shadows dance like whispered secrets across the ancient stones. There is an air of unease that hangs heavy, a chill that seeps into the bones. Within the tales of Dracula, the legend is laced with something darker, a curse that stretches beyond the grave, a promise that no one can escape. The story of Dracula is not just about a vampire, it's about the curse that ties him to the shadows and binds his spirit to the land. Many believe that the origin of Dracula's curse lies with Vlad the Impaler, a man whose reign was marked by brutality and bloodshed. He ruled with an iron fist, leaving a trail of terror that turned the hearts of his enemies to ice. Tales of his cruel punishment spread like wildfire, creating a legacy that would haunt the land for centuries. Those who opposed him faced unimaginable horrors. His enemies were not merely defeated, they were impaled, their cries echoing into the night, and their souls believed to be trapped in a cycle of vengeance and despair. This blood-soaked legacy left behind a curse, one that would transform a prince into a monster, forever tied to the realm of the undead. As the legends grew, so did the tales of the curse that followed Dracula. Some say it was cast upon him for his unforgivable sins, a punishment that condemned him to wander the earth for eternity. Others claim that it was the work of dark magic, woven into the very fabric of his being. The power of this curse resonated not just in his life, but in the lives of those who came after him, spreading a shadow over his descendants and anyone who dared to speak his name. The curse is said to come alive under the full moon, when the veil between the living and the dead is at its thinnest. Locals would whisper tales of figures moving through the night, their intentions unclear, but the scent of danger lingering in the air. Many reported seeing fleeting glimpses of a dark silhouette lurking in the woods, its eyes glowing with an unnatural hunger. It is as if Dracula himself rises from the grave to claim what is his, driven by a longing that knows no bounds. Families who lived near the castle began to feel the effects of the curse. Those who sought to uncover the truth behind the legend found themselves plagued by misfortune. Illness swept through homes like a dark cloud, loved ones lost to tragedy one after another. Even the bravest souls who ventured to confront the curse often returned changed, haunted by what they had seen or experienced. They spoke of nightmares that left them gasping for breath, visions of blood-soaked fields and cries of despair echoing in their ears. The curse, it seemed, had a way of burrowing deep into the heart, leaving a mark that never truly faded. Throughout the centuries, people have tried to break the curse, searching for ways to lift the heavy weight it imposes on the land. Some believed that to confront Dracula's spirit directly was the only path to freedom. They would gather in secret, lighting candles and reciting ancient incantations, hoping to reach beyond the grave to speak to the vampire. But with every attempt, the shadows grew darker, and the cries of the cursed echoed louder. Each encounter only reinforced the belief that Dracula's curse was more than a mere story, it was a powerful force that defied comprehension. Legends began to emerge about the very land where Dracula once ruled. Villagers spoke of the soil being tainted, the water turned bitter with sorrow. Crops failed, and livestock succumbed to illness. It was as if the land itself was mourning, reflecting the pain of a legacy steeped in blood. Some said the trees wept, their branches reaching toward the heavens in silent supplication, pleading for relief from the curse that had taken root. In modern times, the story of Dracula has taken on a life of its own, morphing into tales of romance and adventure, but the curse remains a potent undercurrent. Those who walk the grounds of Bran Castle still feel the chill in the air, a reminder that the past is never truly gone. The local people know better than to dismiss the stories as mere fiction. They carry the weight of their history, understanding that the curse of Dracula is not just a part of their folklore but a reflection of their identity. With each retelling, the legend transforms, but the essence of the curse lingers like a dark cloud over the land. Tourists come from all corners of the globe, drawn by the allure of the vampire myth, yet many leave with a sense of foreboding, a feeling that they have brushed too closely against something ancient and powerful. The stories remind them that in the shadows lies a truth that can never be fully understood, a dark legacy that connects them to a time of fear and desperation. Even today, whispers of the curse still echo through the mountains, as the tales of Dracula continue to haunt those who seek to understand the past. The curse that began with one man's thirst for vengeance has grown to envelop all who tread upon his land. It teaches a chilling lesson, that some stories are not merely tales to frighten, they are warnings, reminders of the darkness that can linger in the hearts of men. As night falls and the moon hangs low in the sky, the curse of Dracula stirs, a restless spirit reaching out from beyond the grave, reminding all that some legends are best left undisturbed. In the end, the curse serves as a haunting reminder of the consequences of power, cruelty, and the insatiable thirst for vengeance. And as long as the legend persists, so too will the curse, weaving a thread of sorrow through the fabric of history. As twilight descends upon the Romanian hills, a shiver runs down the spine of anyone wandering the ancient paths. The sun fades behind the jagged mountains, and the sky turns a deep shade of purple. In the stillness of the night, a soft rustling breaks the silence. It begins as a whisper, a gentle flap of wings that sends a wave of unease through the air. Bats emerge from the shadows, silhouetted against the darkening sky, their small bodies flitting between the trees like fleeting thoughts. In Romania, these creatures carry a heavy weight of meaning, entwined in the very fabric of vampire lore. Bats are more than mere animals in Romanian mythology, they embody the fears and desires that dwell within the human heart. Their nocturnal habits and haunting silhouettes create an aura of mystery that has captivated generations. In stories passed down through time, bats are often linked to vampires, serving as their harbingers and companions. When they soar through the night, they remind people of the darkness that lurks just out of sight, waiting for the unsuspecting. The symbolism of bats reaches back to ancient beliefs. They are seen as creatures of the night, representing both death and rebirth. In some cultures, bats are thought to guide souls through the afterlife, serving as protectors for the lost and the forsaken. Yet in Romania, their connection to vampires gives them a more sinister reputation. People believe that a vampire could transform into a bat, allowing it to slip through the night undetected, seeking out its next victim. This ability only added to the bat's dark allure, making them the perfect emblem for the creatures of the night. Legends tell of how the vampires of old would summon bats to do their bidding, using their power to instill fear. Villagers would hear the echoing screeches of bats as they darted overhead, a chilling reminder that danger lurked nearby. The sight of these winged creatures would send shivers down their spines, their hearts racing with the primal instinct to flee. In the minds of many, bats became synonymous with death and despair, their presence a signal that something wicked was afoot. But beyond the fear they inspire, bats also represent the fragility of life. These creatures are often portrayed as misunderstood beings, drawn to the shadows but with a purpose all their own. In folklore, they are depicted as protectors of the innocent, guarding against the darker forces that seek to harm. While they may seem terrifying, bats play an essential role in the ecosystem, consuming insects and helping to maintain balance in nature. This duality, their connection to both life and death, adds depth to their significance in Romanian mythology. As night falls, stories of vampire bats fill the air, weaving tales of terror and wonder. One popular legend speaks of a young maiden who fell in love with a nobleman. Their love was pure and bright, but darkness loomed over their union. The nobleman was cursed, doomed to transform into a bat every night. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he would leave her side, searching for blood to quench his thirst. The maiden, heartbroken yet determined, sought out the wisdom of the village elder, who revealed that true love could break the curse. With each sunset, the maiden waited by the edge of the forest, her heart heavy with longing. She believed that love could conquer even the darkest of fates. One fateful night, as bats filled the sky, she heard the familiar rustle of wings. Her heart raced as the nobleman appeared before her, a shadow of his former self. The maiden bravely stood her ground, her love radiating like a beacon in the night. As the bats circled above, their cries filled the air, blending with her words of love and hope. In that moment, the curse began to break, the bats falling silent as the power of love triumphed over darkness. This tale, like many others, reflects the complexities of human emotions: love, fear, hope, and despair. The bats symbolize the struggle between light and dark, life and death. They serve as a reminder that even in the depths of despair, love has the power to redeem and transform. In Romanian culture, bats embody the balance of nature, representing the delicate line between fear and affection. In modern times, the myths surrounding bats have evolved but remain rooted in the past. As people explore the dark corners of Romania, they are drawn to the legends that have shaped their culture. Visitors flock to the castles and forests, searching for the truth behind the tales of vampires and their winged companions. As they stand in the moonlight, they can almost hear the whispers of the past, the flutter of wings that echo through time. The symbolism of bats in Romanian vampire stories is a testament to the rich tapestry of mythology that surrounds the figure of Dracula. These creatures are not merely monsters, they are complex symbols of humanity's deepest fears and aspirations. They remind us that the night, while dark and full of terrors, also holds the potential for love, redemption, and transformation. With each rustle of wings, the bats weave their magic, drawing people into the depths of the story, where the boundaries between fear and fascination blur. As the night deepens, their presence lingers, a reminder of the shadows that dance just beyond our reach. The vampire bats of Romania continue to inspire awe and terror, serving as guardians of the legends that connect the living to the eternal. In the quiet of the night, they remind us that the stories we tell shape our understanding of the world, blurring the lines between myth and reality. The moon hung low in the sky, casting an eerie glow over the land of Transylvania. Shadows stretched across the cobblestone streets, and a chilling wind whispered secrets of the past. In this haunting landscape, the tales of those who fell victim to Dracula's insatiable thirst for blood linger like ghosts, haunting the memories of those who dared to recall them. Their stories, woven with sorrow and despair, remind us that innocence and guilt can wear many masks. Among the most tragic of these tales is that of a young woman named Elena. She was known throughout her village for her radiant smile and kind heart. Elena cared for her family and always helped those in need. However, one fateful evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, she ventured into the nearby woods to gather herbs for her sick mother. With each step, the air grew heavier, and an unsettling silence enveloped her. Unbeknownst to her, the darkness held secrets of its own, and she would soon become a pawn in a cruel game. As Elena picked her herbs, she felt an unsettling presence watching her. The trees seemed to whisper warnings, but her heart was pure, and she dismissed the feeling. That was when she first saw him, the figure cloaked in darkness, his piercing gaze sending shivers down her spine. Dracula approached her, his voice smooth as silk, yet laced with danger. He spoke of power and eternal life, tempting her with promises she couldn't comprehend. Elena, frightened yet entranced, found herself drawn into his world. But what began as curiosity quickly turned to horror. She became trapped in a nightmarish existence, living in fear of his wrath. Each night, he would call to her, and each night, she felt her will slipping away. The kind girl who once helped others found herself ensnared in a web of darkness, her innocence consumed by the insatiable hunger of a creature long cursed. But it wasn't just the innocent who fell victim to Dracula's fury. There were those who had wronged him, who believed they could escape the consequences of their actions. Take, for example, a powerful nobleman named Gregor. He was ruthless and greedy, known for his cruelty towards those who served him. His heart was hard, and he reveled in the pain he caused. However, fate would have its say when Gregor crossed paths with Dracula, a man whose wrath was legendary. Dracula's power was not merely physical, it was deeply rooted in the fear he inspired. When Gregor insulted him during a lavish banquet, laughter echoed through the halls. The other nobles watched in horror as Dracula's eyes narrowed, a cold fire igniting within. That night, under the cover of darkness, Gregor found himself facing the consequences of his arrogance. Dracula was a master of shadows, and the darkness came alive. One moment, Gregor was toasting with his peers, and the next, he was dragged into the abyss. No one would ever hear from him again. The villagers whispered about his disappearance, but only the trees knew what had become of him. He had dared to challenge a force that transcended humanity, and now he would pay the price, his guilt forever intertwined with the night. Among the tales of innocence and guilt, there exists a chilling story of a mother and her child. Maria was a devoted mother who lived in fear of Dracula. She had heard the whispers of his cruelty, tales of those who vanished without a trace. One night, she was awakened by the sound of scratching at her door. Heart-pounding, she peered out, her breath hitching in her throat. There, standing in the darkness, was a figure that sent shivers down her spine. It was Dracula, his eyes gleaming with hunger, a predator surveying his prey. Maria clutched her child tightly, trembling with fear. She was determined to protect her little one, yet the power of Dracula was overwhelming. He offered her a choice: surrender her child to him in exchange for her life. The room seemed to close in around her, darkness swallowing the last remnants of hope. Maria knew that giving in would mean her child's doom, yet the fear of her own death clawed at her heart. In that moment of terror, Maria made a choice born from love and sacrifice. She refused to let the darkness take her child, even if it meant facing her own end. As Dracula's chilling laughter echoed through the room, Maria felt a surge of strength. She fought against the grip of fear, determined to shield her child from the malevolence that sought to consume them both. The clash between light and darkness raged on, but in the end, Dracula was not to be trifled with. He vanished into the shadows, leaving Maria with her decision, a choice that would haunt her forever. She had saved her child, but the weight of that night would linger, a ghostly reminder of the power and cruelty of the world around her. These tales of Dracula's victims, both the innocent and the guilty, paint a vivid picture of the struggles between good and evil, love and fear. In the heart of Transylvania, where legends intertwine with reality, the stories of those who fell prey to Dracula's wrath resonate deeply. They remind us that darkness does not discriminate, and that even the purest of hearts can be ensnared by malevolence. As the night deepens and the wind howls through the trees, the echoes of Elena, Gregor, and Maria linger in the air. Their stories serve as warnings, lessons about the fragility of life and the consequences of our choices. In the shadows, Dracula's presence remains, a constant reminder of the battles fought in the depths of the human soul, where innocence and guilt collide in a haunting dance of despair and hope. In the shadowy corners of history, where whispers carry the weight of forgotten tales, lies the legend of Dracula, an immortal figure cloaked in darkness. His story is one of power, fear, and the haunting quest for eternal life. It captures the imagination, drawing us into a world where life and death are not as simple as they seem. The legend tells us that Dracula was not just a man but a creature of the night, gifted with immortality. This gift, however, came at a terrible price. In the depths of his existence, it is said that he drank the blood of the living, drawing their life force to sustain his own. Each drop of blood consumed would grant him strength, vitality, and an unnaturally long life. But within this curse lay a deeper tragedy. The more he fed, the further he drifted from his humanity. The thrill of power seduced him, yet he paid dearly for it, his soul slipping into a void of darkness. As he roamed the desolate landscape of his realm, Dracula witnessed the world change around him. Empires rose and fell, and civilizations crumbled, while he remained an eternal observer. Yet with every century that passed, the weight of his immortality grew heavier. He was a prisoner of his own making, forever trapped in a body that refused to age, longing for the warmth of human connection but destined to stand apart. The tales of his immortality became shrouded in a mix of awe and horror. Villagers spoke of his ability to shapeshift into a bat or a wolf, disappearing into the night. They told stories of how he could summon the mist, allowing him to move unseen through the land. But these powers, while extraordinary, only served to deepen the chasm between him and the world of the living. His very existence became a reminder of what he had lost, a connection to love, to laughter, and to the simple joys of life. Among the many stories woven into the fabric of his legend, one stands out like a candle flickering in the dark. It is the tale of a young girl named Anya, whose spirit burned brightly even in the presence of such darkness. Anya lived in a small village on the edge of Dracula's territory. Her laughter rang like music in the air, and her kindness touched the hearts of everyone she encountered. But when the rumors of Dracula's immortality began to spread, fear gripped the village. Anya's parents warned her to stay away from the dark woods, where shadows seemed to move with a mind of their own. But Anya, curious and fearless, often wandered near the edge of the forest, her heart longing to know the truth behind the terrifying tales. One fateful night, driven by a mix of courage and naivety, she ventured deeper into the woods, seeking the legendary castle that towered above the trees. As she approached the castle, the air grew cold, and a sense of foreboding washed over her. She stood at the entrance, heart pounding, torn between fear and fascination. The ancient doors creaked open, revealing a world that seemed frozen in time. Inside, she found walls adorned with faded portraits, each depicting a man whose eyes seemed to follow her every move. Anya's heart raced, and yet she felt an inexplicable pull to continue. Dracula appeared, cloaked in shadows, his presence both commanding and chilling. At first, Anya felt terror grip her heart, but she also sensed something deeper, a longing for connection, for understanding. Dracula, in his cursed immortality, saw in her a reflection of the warmth he had lost. For the first time in centuries, he felt a flicker of hope, an echo of what it meant to be alive. But the moment was fleeting. The darkness that surrounded him clung to his soul, pulling him back. He wanted to share the gift of his immortality with Anya, to offer her a place by his side. But deep down, he knew that this gift was also a curse, a never-ending night filled with despair. He could not bring himself to doom her to a life like his, filled with loneliness and regret. As Anya stood before him, she saw the pain etched into his immortal face. She realized that behind the monstrous legend was a man trapped in his own nightmare. With tears in her eyes, she spoke softly, telling him that true immortality lies not in endless life, but in the memories we create and the love we share. It was a revelation that shook him to his core. Dracula, grappling with the weight of his choices, felt something shift within him. In that moment, he knew he could never escape his fate, yet he could choose to protect Anya from the darkness that had consumed him. With a heavy heart, he made a choice that would echo through time. He released her, allowing her to return to her world, while he remained bound to the shadows. As Anya stepped back into the moonlit forest, she carried with her the knowledge that even in darkness, there is a glimmer of hope. She would speak of her encounter, sharing the story of a man whose heart still beat beneath the weight of his curse. And as the years passed, the tale of Dracula's immortality transformed from one of horror to a story of sacrifice and the enduring power of compassion. Dracula watched her fade into the distance, feeling the heaviness of his immortality once more. He would forever remain a figure of fear, but now there was also a flicker of warmth within him, a reminder that even the darkest hearts could still feel. In that moment, he understood that while he was destined to walk the earth for eternity, the real downfall of his legend was not his immortality but his inability to embrace the fleeting beauty of life. The stories of Dracula, woven with threads of tragedy and sorrow, remind us that even the most fearsome legends can hold a spark of humanity. As he roamed the land, his tale continued to unfold, a man forever caught between the shadows and the light, longing for a connection that would elude him until the end of time. In the heart of Romania, where the mountains loom like ancient guardians and the forests whisper secrets of old, the tales of Dracula flow through the air like a haunting melody. These stories, woven into the very fabric of Romanian folk songs, carry the weight of history and emotion, breathing life into the figure of Dracula. The ballads tell of a ruler whose name echoes through time, a man once noble but forever changed by the shadows that enveloped him. As the sun sets behind the Carpathian Mountains, voices rise from the valleys, carrying melodies that speak of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. Each note holds a piece of the past, where the line between reality and myth blurs, and the legend of Dracula comes alive. In these songs, Dracula is not merely a monster. He is a tragic figure, a king who fought valiantly for his people yet was marked by the stains of betrayal and bloodshed. The lyrics paint a vivid picture of his struggles, the deep-seated pain that transformed him from a proud prince into a being of nightmares. Listeners can almost feel the chill in the air as they hear of his fierce battles against enemies, of the sacrifices he made to protect his land. One such song tells the story of a young maiden who fell in love with Dracula, captivated by his strength and bravery. As she watched him from a distance, she saw not just a ruler but a man burdened with sorrow. The melody swells as she sings of his fierce gaze and the weight of his crown, adorned not with jewels but with the sacrifices he made for his people. Yet, as the tale unfolds, darkness creeps in. She hears whispers of his cruel methods, of the fear he instilled in those who opposed him. Torn between love and fear, she is left to wonder if the man she admired is lost forever to the shadows. Another ballad tells of the village that lived in terror of Dracula's wrath. In the lyrics, the villagers' voices blend together, their hearts heavy with fear. They sing of how the moonlight dances on the walls of their homes, casting eerie shadows that remind them of their fallen friends and family. The haunting refrain echoes their cries, each note a reminder of their despair. Yet, even in their sorrow, there is a flicker of hope, a hope that one day, the man behind the legend will be redeemed. As the songs continue, they reveal the softer side of Dracula. He is depicted not just as a feared ruler, but as a man haunted by the weight of his choices. In one poignant ballad, a mother sings to her child, recounting the stories of Dracula's youth, when he was a brave warrior, fighting against invaders and defending his homeland. Her voice trembles as she describes the glimmer of hope in his eyes, a reflection of the love he once knew. The mother's sorrowful tone carries the truth that even the most feared can be a victim of circumstance, a victim of their own power. Listeners are drawn into the world of these songs, feeling the deep connection to their homeland's history and folklore. Each note resonates with the souls of those who have come before, reminding them that love and loss are universal themes that transcend time. The ballads evoke a sense of empathy for Dracula, turning fear into understanding. One particular folk song rises above the rest, telling of a fateful encounter between Dracula and a wandering traveler. The traveler, seeking shelter, finds himself at the gates of the castle. The song captures the moment when Dracula, cloaked in shadow, appears before him. Instead of terror, there is an unexpected kindness in his voice. He offers food and warmth, a fleeting glimpse of the man he once was. The traveler, overwhelmed by the duality of the ruler, realizes that behind the fangs and the legends lies a soul searching for redemption. These folk songs do not shy away from the darkness that surrounds Dracula. They acknowledge the fear and bloodshed that marked his reign, portraying the consequences of his actions in haunting refrains. The songs become a mirror, reflecting the struggle between good and evil that resides within us all. They remind listeners that the capacity for darkness exists in every heart, urging them to choose compassion over cruelty. The emotional pull of these melodies lies not only in their lyrics, but also in the way they are sung. The voices rise and fall, echoing the hills and valleys of Romania. Each note carries the weight of history, of a people who have weathered storms and celebrated triumphs. The songs create a sense of belonging, binding generations together through shared stories. As the last notes of a ballad fade into the night, a profound silence settles. The listeners are left with a sense of longing, a connection to a past that feels both distant and intimate. The story of Dracula, woven into the fabric of Romanian folk songs, serves as a reminder that legends are not just tales of monsters, they are reflections of the human experience. In these songs, Dracula remains a complex figure, a ruler who embodied both fear and hope, darkness and light. The ballads capture the essence of a man trapped in his own legend, inviting listeners to empathize with his plight. As the melodies linger in the air, the echoes of love, loss, and the search for redemption resonate within the hearts of those who hear them. The legend of Dracula lives on, not just as a tale of horror, but as a testament to the power of storytelling and the enduring strength of the human spirit. As the sun sinks beneath the horizon, darkness blankets the land, bringing with it a chilling silence. The air grows thick with tension, as if the very night holds its breath. In this eerie stillness, whispers of an ancient legend awaken, the story of Dracula, the Night Stalker, who hunts under the cloak of night. The moon rises high, casting a ghostly glow on the cobblestone streets of small villages. Shadows flicker against the walls, and every rustle in the wind sends a shiver down the spine. As the hour grows late, the stories come alive in hushed tones, recounting the chilling hunts of the vampire prince. Villagers gather in dimly lit taverns, their voices trembling as they share tales of encounters with the creature of the night. Each story is steeped in fear, a reminder of the power Dracula holds even beyond the grave. In one story, a young woman named Elena walks home from a gathering, her heart light with laughter and song. The path winds through the woods, where the trees stand like silent sentinels, their branches reaching out like skeletal hands. As she walks, the moonlight dances on the ground, illuminating her path. But the laughter soon fades as a cold wind sweeps through the trees, and the joyful memories turn to dread. A shadow flits between the trees, and Elena feels the weight of eyes upon her. With every step, the darkness seems to close in around her, making the path feel narrower and more treacherous. She quickens her pace, the sound of her heartbeat echoing in her ears. Then she hears it, a soft rustle, followed by a whisper of breath that seems to curl around her. Panic rises within her as she turns, catching a glimpse of a figure cloaked in black, its eyes glinting like stars in the void. The stories flood her mind, and she realizes with horror that she is not alone. The figure steps forward, and the air grows colder still. It is Dracula, the legendary Night Stalker, drawn to the warmth of life like a moth to a flame. The tales speak of his insatiable hunger, a thirst that can never be quenched. In that moment, Elena feels the weight of his gaze, a mix of longing and darkness, a reminder of the fine line between love and fear. With a heart racing like a wild drum, she understands that she has become part of the legend, woven into the fabric of his eternal night. Another tale emerges from the shadows, this time of a group of hunters determined to rid their village of the curse that has befallen them. Armed with silver and courage, they venture into the heart of the forest, guided only by the pale light of the moon. They hear the stories whispered in the dark, of Dracula's swift movements, of how he blends into the night, evading capture like a wisp of smoke. Each step is fraught with tension, as fear lingers in the air like a heavy fog. As they venture deeper into the woods, the atmosphere changes. The silence grows thick, pressing against their ears. Then they hear it, a low, echoing laugh that sends chills down their spines. The hunters exchange uneasy glances, knowing they are being watched. They press on, determined to confront the creature that has haunted their dreams. Suddenly, Dracula appears before them, a figure of shadows and power. The hunters raise their weapons, but their resolve falters as they meet his gaze. There's a sadness in his eyes, a reflection of the torment that drives him. The hunters are torn. In that moment, they see not just a monster but a being caught in a cycle of pain, unable to escape the darkness that binds him. The night is filled with tension, a standoff between the hunters and the hunted, each side grappling with their fears and the deeper truths of existence. The stories are filled with moments of near capture and escape, as Dracula eludes his pursuers with supernatural agility. He moves through the trees like a whisper, a flash of movement that leaves only the faintest trace behind. The hunters feel his presence but cannot grasp him as he vanishes into the night, leaving them breathless and haunted by their encounter. They return to the village, forever changed, knowing that they have brushed against the essence of darkness and have become part of the legend themselves. As the night stretches on, the villagers share tales of lost loved ones who were claimed by Dracula's hunger. They speak of mothers who lost their children, men who never returned from the woods, and the lingering shadows that fill their homes. Each story is wrapped in grief, a reminder of the price of life in the face of such darkness. The tales weave a tapestry of sorrow, echoing the pain of those left behind. In the flickering candlelight, the villagers recount how the moonlit nights bring both fear and longing. They tell of those who were mesmerized by Dracula's allure, drawn to him despite the danger. Some even claim that they could hear the whispers of the lost souls, calling out for a chance to break free from the grip of the Night Stalker. These stories are bittersweet, filled with love for the departed and sorrow for the living. As dawn approaches, the tales of Dracula's nocturnal hunts linger in the air, an indelible part of the village's legacy. The villagers understand that they are forever tied to the night, to the legend that has shaped their lives. Each story serves as a reminder that the hunt continues, that the darkness is always just beyond the light. In their hearts, they carry the weight of these encounters, a mixture of fear, reverence, and an understanding that darkness and light are two sides of the same coin. The Night Stalker, Dracula, may roam the shadows, but he also evokes a sense of unity among those who share in the tales. The stories bind them together, weaving a connection that transcends fear, transforming the legend of Dracula into something more profound, a reflection of the human experience, filled with longing, loss, and the eternal search for understanding. As the final echoes of their tales fade into the light of day, the villagers know that the night will come again. And with it, the stories of the Night Stalker will rise anew, filling the air with whispers of the past, binding them in an unbreakable bond with the legend of Dracula. The moon hung high in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the land. A cold wind whispered through the trees, carrying with it the sounds of rustling leaves and distant howls. As the villagers gathered around their flickering fires, an unsettling feeling settled in their hearts. They knew that when darkness fell, something primal stirred in the woods, and the connection between Dracula and the wolves was as old as time itself. Stories of wolves had been passed down through generations, tales filled with fear and admiration. The villagers spoke of the night when the howling echoed through the valleys, the chilling sound of a pack on the hunt. They believed the wolves were more than just animals, they were the guardians of the night, and their presence intertwined with the legends of Dracula. Each howl sent shivers down their spines, a reminder of the lurking danger that roamed just beyond the reach of their fires. In one poignant story, a shepherd named Ion tended to his flock in the shadow of the Carpathian Mountains. He was known for his gentle heart and unwavering courage. On a fateful night, as he watched the stars twinkle overhead, he felt an unsettling chill in the air. The wolves had been restless, their howls echoing through the mountains. Despite the warnings, Ion refused to abandon his sheep, determined to protect them from any threat. But as darkness deepened, the howls grew closer. The sound pierced the night, reverberating through Ion's very bones. He gathered his flock close, praying for their safety. Then, just beyond the tree-line, he spotted a pair of glowing eyes watching him intently. His heart raced as he realized that the stories were true. The wolves were drawn to something far more powerful than mere hunger. They were drawn to Dracula. In that moment, Ion understood the connection. Dracula, the Dark Prince, was not just a creature of legend, he was intertwined with the very fabric of the night. The wolves served him, their loyalty fierce and unwavering. They roamed the woods as his sentinels, ever watchful, ever ready to carry out his will. Ion felt a surge of fear, realizing he was not alone. The wolves were gathering, their presence a silent reminder of the danger lurking just out of sight. As the howling grew louder, Ion stood his ground. He faced the darkness, his heart pounding in his chest. The wolves emerged from the shadows, a magnificent pack, their eyes shining like embers in the night. There was a beauty in their ferocity, a grace in their movements. Yet, He could not shake the feeling that they were more than mere animals. They were a part of Dracula's world, a world where the line between life and death blurred in the moonlight. In the chilling silence that followed, Ion recalled the tales told by the firesides, the stories of how Dracula could transform into a wolf, melding with the pack, his power drawing them closer. The villagers believed that the wolf's howl was a call to the darkness, a summons for Dracula to rise from his slumber. Each time the wolves howled, it was as if they were calling their master, a symphony of voices echoing through the mountains. As the wolves circled him, Ion felt a strange pull, a connection that transcended fear. It was as if they sensed his courage, his refusal to back down. In that moment of stillness, he saw the truth. The wolves were not merely instruments of terror, they were also protectors, guardians of the night that balanced the darkness and light. They understood the fragility of life, just as he did. But then came the turning point. As he stood there, breathless, a figure emerged from the shadows. It was Dracula himself, tall and imposing, his presence commanding. He moved with an elegance that belied the darkness within. The wolves fell silent, their eyes fixed on him, and for a moment, time stood still. Dracula's gaze met Ion's, and a chilling realization washed over him. This was not merely a battle for survival, it was a dance of fate. The vampire was drawn to the brave, the noble. He sensed the strength within Ion, the unwavering spirit that refused to be broken. In that moment, the connection deepened. It was not fear that filled the air, but a haunting understanding. They were bound together in the night, the shepherd and the wolf, caught in the web of destiny. Do you not see? Dracula's voice was smooth, like silk brushing against skin. The wolves are my kin. They are the wild heart of the night, just as you are the protector of your flock. We are intertwined, bound by the same moon that hangs above us. Ion felt a chill run through him. The truth was undeniable. The wolves were part of a greater whole. They were messengers of the night, carrying tales of the lost, of the forgotten. The villagers feared them, yet there was an elegance in their savage beauty. They were a symbol of resilience, of the fight to survive against the odds. As Dracula stepped closer, Ion's heart raced. The wolves stayed close, their presence a reminder of the thin line between predator and prey. In that charged moment, a choice lay before him. Would he succumb to fear, or would he embrace the darkness, understanding its nature? Your heart is strong, shepherd, Dracula continued, his eyes gleaming like the stars above. Join me, and we shall roam these woods together. You shall never be alone, and in my shadow, you shall find strength. Ion felt the pull of the night, the allure of the power that came with embracing the darkness. But in that moment, he also recognized the love he held for his flock, the responsibility that anchored him to the light. He understood that while the wolves were a part of Dracula's world, they were also a symbol of his own strength. I will protect my flock, Ion replied, his voice steady despite the trembling in his heart. But I will not fear the night. It is a part of who I am, just as you are a part of this land. With those words, he felt a shift in the air. The wolves, sensing his resolve, howled once more, a haunting song that echoed through the mountains. Dracula stepped back, his expression a mix of respect and intrigue. The night was thick with tension, but Ion had chosen his path. As the first light of dawn began to break, the wolves faded back into the shadows, a promise of their return. Dracula, too, retreated into the depths of the forest, leaving behind a lingering presence that would forever haunt Ion's dreams. In the days that followed, the villagers spoke of the shepherd who faced the darkness and emerged unbroken. They honored the tales of the wolves and their connection to Dracula, understanding that the legend was more than just fear, it was a reflection of the struggle between light and darkness. The howls of the wolves remained a part of their lives, a reminder of the beauty that lay within the shadows. They learned to embrace the night, knowing that while Dracula roamed the woods, he was not just a creature of terror, he was a guardian of the balance between life and death, woven into the very fabric of their existence. In the end, the story of Dracula and the wolves became a cherished part of their folklore, a legacy passed down through generations. Each howl in the night served as a reminder that within the darkness lies not only fear but also courage, resilience, and a connection to the wild heart of the world. And so, under the moonlit sky, they carried the tales of their ancestors, forever intertwined with the haunting beauty of the night. The moonlight streamed through the ancient trees, casting long shadows that danced on the ground. In the stillness of the night, whispers of a haunting beauty filled the air, a reminder of the legends that had been passed down through generations. Among the tales told around flickering fires, the stories of Dracula's brides emerged, shrouded in both allure and darkness. These were not mere companions, they were women who had crossed the threshold into the realm of the undead, each with her own tale of passion, loss, and betrayal. In a village nestled at the foot of the Carpathian Mountains, the locals spoke of 3 hauntingly beautiful women who served Dracula. Their beauty was legendary, captivating all who laid eyes upon them. But beneath their enchanting appearances lay a depth of sorrow that few understood. The air grew thick with tension as tales of their seductive powers and insatiable thirst for blood filled the hearts of those who listened. The first was known as Lenora, a woman of striking grace and elegance. She had once been a noblewoman, revered for her kindness and beauty. But her heart had belonged to a man who betrayed her trust. In her despair, she found solace in the arms of Dracula, who offered her an escape from her shattered dreams. As she embraced the darkness, she transformed into a vampire, her heart forever bound to the night. Lenora became one of Dracula's most devoted companions, a creature of the shadows, haunting the halls of his castle. But as time passed, the weight of her choice began to weigh on her soul. Though she roamed the earth with the strength of a vampire, she was plagued by the memory of her lost love. Each night, she would gaze out of the castle's window, longing for the warmth of the sun and the laughter of a life she could never reclaim. Her tears mingled with the shadows, a bittersweet reminder of the love that had slipped through her fingers. The villagers could feel her sorrow in the air. It was palpable, a chill that seeped into their bones as they whispered her name. The second bride was known as Serena, a woman whose beauty was said to rival that of the moon itself. She had once been a gifted healer, beloved by all for her gentle touch and wise heart. But when the darkness of the night claimed her, she was forever altered. Serena became a vampire, wielding powers that could both heal and harm. The duality of her existence tormented her. The same hands that once offered comfort now brought despair. Serena wandered through the night, caught between her former life and the haunting darkness that surrounded her. She often visited the villages, disguising herself among the living. Her touch could heal the sick, but she would never allow herself to embrace the joy of connection. With each life she saved, she felt the darkness tugging at her soul, reminding her of the blood that stained her hands. The villagers marveled at her, but their admiration only deepened her loneliness. She knew she could never belong again, and the weight of her choices lingered like a fog over her heart. Then there was Irina, the youngest of the 3 brides, who had once danced in the fields of wildflowers. Irina was filled with laughter and joy, her spirit radiant like the sun. But darkness enveloped her when she crossed paths with Dracula. In her youthful innocence, she believed she could tame the beast within him. Irina's love was fierce, but it was also naive. As she fell deeper into his embrace, she became ensnared in the web of his power. But unlike her sisters, Irina struggled against the darkness that sought to consume her. She often found herself wrestling with the shadows, yearning for the life she had left behind. Each night, she would escape the castle and run into the forest, where the wildflowers grew in defiance of the darkness. The scent of earth and blooming petals filled her senses, reminding her of a world that still existed beyond the castle walls. Irina longed to reclaim her humanity, to find the light that had once danced within her. But as the moon rose high, she felt the pull of Dracula's magic, dragging her back into the depths of his realm. As the years turned into decades, the brides became a legend, each one bound to Dracula in a way that was both enchanting and tragic. They wandered the halls of his castle, their laughter echoing through the dark chambers, yet their hearts remained heavy with the weight of their choices. The villagers spun tales of their beauty, but they could never grasp the depths of sorrow hidden beneath the surface. Each bride was a reflection of what had been lost, a reminder of love that could never be reclaimed. One stormy night, as the winds howled outside, a group of villagers gathered in the safety of their homes. They spoke of the brides, their voices trembling with fear and awe. Some claimed that the brides still roamed the night, searching for their lost loves, while others believed they were forever trapped in the castle, bound to Dracula for eternity. But as they shared their tales, a young girl named Maria listened closely, her heart aching for the women who had become legends. She felt a connection to their stories, a longing to understand their pain. In her dreams, she saw the brides wandering through the woods, their eyes filled with sadness, searching for something just out of reach. One fateful evening, Maria decided to seek out the truth. She ventured into the woods, guided by the moonlight. As she walked, she felt a pull, as if the brides were calling to her. The air grew thick with an otherworldly presence, and she could almost hear the soft whispers of their names. In the distance, she spotted the outline of the castle, its dark silhouette looming against the night sky. As she approached, she felt a mixture of fear and determination. She wanted to understand the pain that haunted the brides, to feel their sorrow as her own. With each step, she could sense the energy surrounding her, the connection to the past pulling her closer to the truth. Inside the castle, the air was heavy with memories. Shadows danced along the walls, and the flicker of candlelight illuminated the faces of the brides. They appeared before her, their beauty captivating yet tinged with sadness. Maria felt a wave of emotions wash over her as she looked into their eyes. Each one held a story, a heartache that transcended time. "Why do you weep?" Maria asked, her voice trembling. "What keeps you bound to this darkness?" Lenora stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "We chose this path, child. But the weight of our choices has become our prison. We are forever haunted by the love we lost, the lives we left behind." Serena added softly, "We walk among the living, yet we can never truly belong. The darkness consumes us, and the blood we crave reminds us of what we have sacrificed." Irina's voice broke through the heaviness. "But perhaps there is hope. Perhaps you can understand our pain, our longing for something more. You hold the light that we have lost." In that moment, Maria felt a surge of warmth envelop her. She realized that the brides were not merely creatures of the night, they were women trapped in a cycle of heartache and longing. Their stories intertwined with her own, and she understood that she had the power to break the cycle of despair. With a heart full of compassion, Maria stepped forward, reaching out to touch each bride. In that instant, a connection blossomed, a bond forged through shared sorrow and understanding. The darkness began to lift, and for the first time in centuries, the brides felt a glimmer of hope. As the night deepened, Maria promised to carry their stories forward, to honor their struggles and ensure that their legacies would live on. The brides, once shrouded in sorrow, began to smile. They knew that through Maria's love, they would find a way to reclaim their light. The moon shone brightly overhead, a symbol of the connection between the living and the lost. In that moment, the brides found solace, their hearts no longer burdened by the darkness. And as the first light of dawn broke, they felt the weight of their sorrow begin to fade, replaced by the warmth of hope and the promise of a new beginning. In the heart of the Carpathian Mountains, whispers of an ancient tomb spread through the villages like a chill in the night air. A place where legends come alive and where the line between life and death blurs. This is the resting place of Dracula, a name that stirs both fear and fascination. The stories surrounding his tomb are as haunting as they are beautiful, filled with echoes of a man who once walked the earth, leaving behind a legacy of darkness and despair. The journey to the tomb begins in a small village, where the locals gather to share tales of the infamous Count. The sun sets slowly, painting the sky with hues of crimson and gold, and as darkness creeps in, the stories take on a life of their own. Children huddle close to their parents, wide-eyed with wonder and fear as they listen to the elders recount the mysteries of the vampire lord. His tomb lies hidden, an old man whispers, his voice trembling with age. It is said to be in a forgotten chapel, surrounded by the very mountains that once echoed his cries. Some say it is protected by a curse, while others believe it is guarded by the spirits of those who fell victim to his wrath. The villagers speak of a time long past when Dracula roamed the land, a man of great power and terrible sorrow. His love for the night was matched only by his thirst for blood, and as he hunted through the shadows, he left a trail of broken hearts and shattered lives. With each life he took, he wove a tapestry of darkness, a narrative that would follow him even in death. As legends go, Dracula was buried in a grand tomb, adorned with intricate carvings and symbols that reflected his reign as a vampire. The tomb, lost to time and overgrown by nature, is said to be a place of great sorrow. Some believe that within its cold, stone walls lie not only the remains of the infamous Count, but also the spirits of his victims, forever bound to their master. On moonlit nights, those brave enough to seek out the tomb report hearing soft weeping emanating from the shadows. It is as if the very stones of the chapel mourn the loss of lives taken too soon. The stories speak of lost souls trapped in a world between the living and the dead, their cries blending with the howling wind, creating a symphony of sadness that resonates through the mountains. As the legend goes, the tomb itself is not just a resting place, it is a gateway to the afterlife. Those who dare to enter must confront their deepest fears. The stories tell of adventurers who sought to find the tomb, their hearts full of courage, but their minds clouded with doubt. They wandered through the dark woods, guided only by the light of the moon, their breaths mingling with the chill of the night. Some claim to have glimpsed the tomb from a distance, its ancient stones standing tall against the backdrop of the mountains. But as they drew closer, they were met with an overwhelming sense of dread, a feeling that time had stood still, holding its breath in anticipation of their arrival. Many turned back, unable to confront the darkness that lay within, while others pressed on, drawn by an inexplicable force. Those who entered the tomb often returned changed, their eyes reflecting a haunting sadness. They spoke of visions, of lost souls reaching out, crying for release from their eternal prison. In the heart of the tomb, they could feel the weight of history pressing down upon them, the sorrow of generations echoing off the walls. It was said that Dracula's spirit lingered there, a shadow watching over his domain, waiting for someone to free him from his eternal solitude. One chilling tale tells of a young woman named Elena, who sought to uncover the truth of the tomb. She was captivated by the stories, drawn to the mystery of the Count who had become a legend. With a heart full of determination, she ventured into the mountains, armed only with her courage and the tales of those who had come before her. As she made her way through the darkened forest, the wind whispered warnings, but Elena pressed on, her spirit unyielding. When she finally stood before the ancient chapel, her heart raced with anticipation and fear. The doors creaked open, revealing a world frozen in time. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth, and shadows danced along the walls, as if they were alive. Inside, the tomb lay in darkness, adorned with cobwebs that glistened in the flickering light of her lantern. The walls bore markings of ancient rituals, and as Elena stepped closer, she felt an overwhelming sense of sadness wash over her. It was as if the very stones were mourning the lives lost in the name of power and revenge. As she approached the sarcophagus, the air grew colder. She could almost hear the whispers of the lost, calling out to her, their voices intertwining in a haunting melody. With trembling hands, she reached out to touch the cold stone, and in that moment, she was transported into a vision, a glimpse of the past where Dracula roamed the land, a king in his own right, yet a prisoner of his desires. In her vision, she saw the faces of those he had loved and lost, their eyes filled with pain and longing. She felt the weight of their sorrow pressing against her chest, and for a brief moment, she understood the depth of his loneliness. As she stepped back, gasping for breath, she realized that the tomb was not just a place of death, it was a sanctuary for all those who had been affected by his dark legacy. Elena's heart ached as she left the tomb, the weight of the stories she had heard heavy upon her shoulders. She felt a connection to the lost souls, a bond forged in their shared sorrow. She vowed to honor their memory, to tell their stories to those who would listen, ensuring that their pain would not fade into obscurity. As she descended the mountain, the moon hung low in the sky, casting a silver glow on the path before her. She felt the lingering presence of the tomb behind her, a reminder of the tales that would continue to be told for generations to come. The stories of Dracula and his victims would echo through time, a reminder that even in death, their spirits remained intertwined, forever linked by the darkness that had consumed them. In the end, the tomb of Dracula stands not just as a resting place for a legendary figure, but as a testament to the enduring power of love, loss, and the quest for redemption. The stories that surround it are as haunting as the Count himself, a reflection of the darkness that exists within us all. And as long as there are those willing to listen, the legacy of Dracula will live on, echoing through the mountains and into the hearts of those who dare to dream. In the shadows of history, the legend of Dracula rose from the misty valleys of Romania, intertwining with the hearts of many across Europe. A figure cloaked in darkness and mystery, Dracula became more than a man. He transformed into a symbol of fear and fascination. His story traveled, crossing mountains and rivers, whispering through the streets of cities far removed from his homeland. Each tale carried with it the essence of a vampire who preyed on the living, leaving behind a trail of goosebumps and intrigue. The legend began in the late 15th century with Vlad the Impaler, a ruler whose brutal tactics inspired tales of horror. But it was Bram Stoker's novel, published in 1897, that catapulted Dracula into the hearts and minds of people far and wide. With every turn of the page, readers found themselves captivated by the supernatural, feeling the chill of the night as they followed the Count's journey from Transylvania to England. The book acted as a bridge, linking the past to the present, and through it, the legend spread like wildfire. As whispers of Dracula reached the bustling streets of London and Paris, the stories morphed, each retelling adding layers of complexity to his character. In Germany, he became a figure of aristocracy, seducing the rich and powerful with his charm and wit. In Italy, he transformed into a tragic hero, a man caught between love and the curse of immortality. The tales were no longer just about a monster lurking in the shadows, they became a canvas upon which storytellers painted their fears and desires. Through literature and theater, the myth of Dracula took on a life of its own. Gothic novels, popular in the Victorian era, drew inspiration from Stoker's work, creating an explosion of vampire tales. The allure of immortality, the fear of the unknown, and the tantalizing prospect of the supernatural kept readers spellbound. People found themselves questioning their own beliefs, drawn to the dark and mysterious world that Dracula inhabited. They felt the thrill of danger in every heartbeat, the excitement of crossing boundaries into a realm where the impossible became possible. As Dracula's legend spread, it found its way into folk tales and local myths across Europe. In the mountains of Serbia, stories emerged of a vampire called Vampir, said to rise from the grave to feast upon the blood of the living. In Greece, tales spoke of the strigoi, restless spirits that wandered the night, mirroring the fear associated with Dracula. Each culture embraced the concept of the vampire, molding it to reflect their own beliefs and fears. But it wasn't just in the realm of fiction that Dracula's presence was felt. As Europe was swept up in the fervor of the Industrial Revolution, people began to grapple with the changes around them. The rapid advancements in technology and the shift from rural life to urban living brought about uncertainty and fear. Dracula, with his ancient customs and supernatural powers, represented a world that stood in stark contrast to the modern age. In the shadows of factories and crowded streets, the vampire became a symbol of the old world clashing with the new. He embodied the fears of losing one's humanity in the rush to embrace progress. Tales of Dracula, with his eerie allure and the seductive pull of the unknown, offered an escape from the mundane, a chance to explore the darker aspects of life that people were too afraid to confront. The myths surrounding Dracula took on a new significance in the aftermath of World War I and II. As Europe grappled with the scars of war, the stories of vampires morphed once again. No longer just a creature of the night, Dracula became a metaphor for the horrors of humanity. He reflected the darkness that lurked within, a reminder that evil exists not just in the shadows, but within the hearts of men. In the wake of devastation, people sought solace in tales that allowed them to confront their fears. Dracula, with his tragic story of loss and longing, offered a sense of understanding. As the Count prowled through the night, his search for companionship resonated with those who had lost loved ones, who had felt the sting of loneliness in a fractured world. Even today, the legend of Dracula continues to evolve. The advent of film and television has brought the vampire into contemporary culture, ensuring that his story remains alive in the hearts of new generations. From horror films to romantic dramas, Dracula has adapted, reflecting the changing attitudes towards love, death, and the supernatural. As the tales spread across Europe, they created a tapestry of narratives that connected people in ways they never imagined. Each retelling breathed new life into the legend, allowing it to grow and evolve. The fear and fascination surrounding Dracula tapped into the collective psyche, reminding us that we all carry our own shadows. In the end, the spread of Dracula myths across Europe serves as a testament to the power of storytelling. It highlights our shared fears and desires, our longing for connection, and our grappling with the unknown. As we continue to share these tales, the legend of Dracula will endure, lurking in the corners of our imagination, reminding us of the darkness that exists within us all. Through every chilling whisper and haunting gaze, his story invites us to confront our own fears, to explore the depths of our souls, and to recognize that even in the darkest moments, there is a spark of humanity waiting to be uncovered. The 19th century was a time of shadows and whispers, where the air was thick with mystery and a growing fascination with the supernatural. It was an era when the heart raced at the thought of the unknown, and tales of the macabre danced on the lips of eager listeners. Amidst the flickering candlelight, one name rose above all others: Dracula. The Count's dark legend cast a long shadow, igniting imaginations and awakening fears as people grappled with their own mortality and the mysteries of life beyond death. In the early 1800s, the Romantic movement swept across Europe, bringing with it an appetite for the extraordinary. Writers and artists sought to break free from the constraints of reason, embracing emotions, nature, and the supernatural. As the Industrial Revolution transformed landscapes and lives, the allure of the old world, its myths and legends, grew stronger. Within this climate, vampires emerged not just as monsters, but as symbols of forbidden desires and unfulfilled yearnings. Dracula, the vampire, personified the struggles of a society torn between modernity and ancient traditions, life and death. Bram Stoker's Dracula, published in 1897, would become the crowning jewel of this fascination. It was a novel that blended horror with romance, creating a complex portrait of its titular character. Stoker's Dracula was no mere creature of the night, he was a tragic figure who echoed the emotions of the era. Haunted by loss and loneliness, he reached across centuries, yearning for companionship in a world that had turned its back on him. This resonated with readers who found themselves caught between the thrill of adventure and the terror of the unknown. As the pages of Dracula turned, readers could feel their hearts racing in the presence of the Count. Stoker's writing painted vivid images of moonlit nights and the echo of wolves howling in the distance. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, a palpable fear that sent shivers down spines. Each encounter with Dracula was laced with a seductive tension that blurred the lines between desire and dread. The Count's ability to charm and manipulate left readers breathless, caught in a whirlwind of emotions that lingered long after they closed the book. The fascination with vampires during this time also had roots in the growing curiosity about death and the afterlife. The 19th century was marked by societal upheaval, and with it came questions about mortality. People began to explore spiritualism, seeking to connect with lost loved ones and understand the mysteries of life beyond the grave. This hunger for answers intertwined with the myth of the vampire, who lived beyond death, forever roaming the night. The idea of immortality became both alluring and terrifying as the public pondered the consequences of life eternal. Gothic literature flourished, and with it, an array of vampire tales that further fueled the public's imagination. Authors like John Polidori, with his novella The Vampire, introduced the concept of the aristocratic vampire, a figure who moved gracefully through high society while hiding dark secrets beneath a charming exterior. This image of the vampire as a seductive and refined predator echoed in the minds of readers, leaving them both enchanted and horrified. The appeal was undeniable. It spoke to the desires and fears of an age grappling with change and uncertainty. Art also played a crucial role in shaping the vampire myth during the 19th century. Illustrators captured the eerie beauty of Dracula and his world, producing haunting images that brought the legends to life. The dark, brooding landscapes of Transylvania, with its crumbling castles and mist-covered valleys, became a backdrop for tales of love, loss, and betrayal. These images evoked emotions that ran deep, reflecting the struggles of the human spirit against the backdrop of a rapidly changing world. The 19th century also saw a shift in how vampires were perceived. No longer mere monsters, they became reflections of societal anxieties. Dracula, in particular, embodied fears about sexuality, immigration, and the unknown. His character raised questions about what it meant to be human as he traversed the line between predator and prey. Readers found themselves drawn to his complexity, grappling with the darker aspects of their own desires and the consequences of their actions. As the century progressed, the fascination with Dracula and vampires continued to grow. The stage adaptations of Stoker's work brought the Count to life in a new way, with actors embodying his charismatic yet menacing presence. Audiences were spellbound, feeling the thrill of danger as they watched the story unfold before their eyes. The Count's seductive power became a metaphor for the allure of the forbidden, tempting individuals to confront their own fears and desires. By the time the century drew to a close, the legend of Dracula had woven itself into the fabric of European culture. He was no longer just a character in a book, he had become an enduring symbol of the struggle between light and dark, love and loss. The vampire's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who had encountered his story, reminding them of the fragility of life and the eternal quest for connection. As the 19th century faded into memory, the fascination with Dracula and vampires did not wane. Instead, it evolved, paving the way for a new generation of writers, filmmakers, and artists who would continue to explore the depths of this dark myth. The tales of Dracula served as a mirror, reflecting the fears and desires of humanity, inviting all to ponder the complexities of existence. In every retelling, the heart of the story remained the same, a yearning for understanding, love, and the quest for immortality in a world that often felt fleeting and uncertain. In the dim light of a candlelit room, Bram Stoker penned words that would forever change the landscape of literature and culture. His novel Dracula, published in 1897, was not just a story about a vampire, it was a complex tapestry woven with threads of fear, desire, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. With each stroke of his pen, Stoker created a world where shadows held secrets and the night was alive with both danger and seduction. From the very first pages, readers are drawn into a chilling atmosphere. The novel opens with Jonathan Harker, a young solicitor, journeying to Transylvania to meet Count Dracula. As he travels through the dark forests and steep mountains, the air grows thick with an unsettling tension. Stoker's vivid descriptions make the reader feel the chill of the night and the weight of impending doom. The sense of foreboding is palpable, urging readers to turn the pages, heart racing, eager to discover what lies ahead. Count Dracula himself is a figure of haunting charisma. He is charming yet terrifying, an ancient being cloaked in the mysteries of the past. Stoker's portrayal of Dracula taps into the human psyche, where fear and attraction are intertwined. The Count is not just a monster, he is a tragic character who embodies the deep yearning for connection and the loneliness of immortality. His dark allure captivates those around him, leaving them spellbound, and readers can't help but feel the magnetic pull of his presence. Each encounter with Dracula reveals the complexities of his character, blending horror with a desperate longing for love and companionship. As the story unfolds, the reader is introduced to Lucy Westenra, a vibrant and innocent young woman whose beauty and spirit make her a target for the Count's insatiable thirst. Lucy's transformation from a lively girl into a pale, ghostly figure under Dracula's influence is heart-wrenching. Stoker masterfully depicts the impact of Dracula's bite not just on her body, but on her very soul. The sense of loss and helplessness felt by her friends is palpable, creating a deep emotional connection with the reader. It becomes a struggle against time as her friends, including the determined Dr. John Seward and the noble Professor Van Helsing, race to save her from the clutches of darkness. The relationships within the novel amplify the emotional stakes. Mina Murray, Jonathan Harker's fiancée, becomes a beacon of hope and resilience. Her character embodies strength and compassion as she stands by her loved ones while grappling with the horrors surrounding her. Stoker contrasts Mina's unwavering loyalty and love with the relentless darkness that threatens to consume her. As she becomes entangled in Dracula's web, the reader feels her fear and desperation. Will love prevail against such overwhelming evil? Each page turns with the weight of uncertainty. Stoker's use of letters, diary entries, and newspaper clippings enhances the intimacy of the narrative. This format allows readers to feel the raw emotions of the characters as they confront the terror that Dracula represents. Jonathan's journal entries reveal his growing horror and confusion as he realizes the true nature of the Count. The urgency in his writing reflects the mounting dread that surrounds them. Similarly, Mina's diary captures her strength in the face of darkness while revealing the vulnerabilities of a woman fighting for her identity. Readers are swept up in their struggles, experiencing the roller coaster of hope and despair alongside them. As the hunt for Dracula intensifies, the atmosphere grows increasingly tense. Stoker brilliantly crafts scenes that make the reader's heart race: mysterious fogs, haunting howls, and the chilling sight of the Count rising from his coffin. The imagery is both beautiful and horrifying, drawing readers into a world where the line between life and death blurs. Each encounter with Dracula is a battle not only against the monster but against the darkness that resides within the human soul. The stakes are raised as friendship and love are put to the test against a powerful foe. What makes Dracula truly resonate is its exploration of themes that touch the core of human experience: the fear of the unknown, the longing for connection, and the struggle between light and dark. The characters are not just fighting against a vampire, they are grappling with their own inner demons and desires. The novel forces readers to confront their fears while simultaneously awakening a deep sense of empathy for the characters. In moments of despair, when Lucy lies in her grave, drained of life, readers feel a profound sense of grief. The emotional weight of the story lingers long after the final page is turned. Stoker's Dracula cemented the vampire myth in Western culture, establishing a narrative that would inspire countless adaptations and interpretations. Its impact reverberates through literature, film, and art, as generations grapple with the same questions posed by Stoker. What is the nature of evil? What does it mean to be human? The novel's legacy endures, as each new retelling adds layers to the complex relationship between humanity and the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface. As readers close the book, they are left with a haunting sense of the duality of existence. The tension between desire and danger, love and loss, lingers in the air. Bram Stoker's Dracula is not merely a tale of horror, it is a heart-touching exploration of what it means to confront one's fears and the sacrifices made in the name of love. The darkness of the Count serves as a reminder that the struggle between light and shadow is eternal, echoing the very human experiences of hope, despair, and the longing for connection in an often lonely world. The screen flickers to life, and with it comes a chilling whisper that sends shivers down your spine. Shadows dance on the walls, and the familiar figure of Count Dracula emerges, cloaked in mystery and danger. The legend of Dracula has found a home in film and television, evolving through the years while keeping the essence of fear and fascination alive. Each adaptation breathes new life into the character, drawing in audiences with a mix of horror, romance, and intrigue. From the earliest days of cinema, Dracula's presence has captivated filmmakers and viewers alike. The 1931 film, Dracula, starring Bela Lugosi, is a classic that set the standard for how the Count would be portrayed. Lugosi's performance was mesmerizing, with his thick accent and piercing gaze. He made Dracula not just a monster but a figure of tragic charm. Audiences were drawn in by his hypnotic allure, the way he captivated not just Lucy and Mina but the viewers as well. The film took on a life of its own, becoming a cultural touchstone. It created the archetype of the suave vampire, forever linking the character with themes of forbidden love and the danger of desire. As the decades passed, Dracula's legend continued to evolve. In the 1958 film, Horror of Dracula, Christopher Lee brought a new intensity to the role. He transformed the character into a more aggressive and visceral figure. Lee's portrayal was fierce, striking fear into the hearts of his victims and viewers alike. The combination of horror and raw emotion gave the character depth that had been absent in previous portrayals. The fear that radiated from Lee's performance left audiences breathless, the tension palpable as they witnessed the struggle between good and evil unfold on the screen. Television adaptations also played a significant role in shaping the Dracula myth. In the 1970s, Count Dracula brought a more nuanced interpretation of the character. Frank Finley's portrayal allowed viewers to see the Count's torment and longing for connection. It depicted Dracula not just as a predator but as a lonely figure, eternally yearning for love. The series explored the emotional landscape of his character, revealing a heartbreaking side to the vampire legend. This blending of horror and emotion drew in viewers who saw not just a monster but a tortured soul. The 1992 film Bram Stoker's Dracula, directed by Francis Ford Coppola, added yet another layer to the legend. With a star-studded cast, including Gary Oldman as the Count, the film focused on the themes of love and loss. Oldman's portrayal was a complex mix of sorrow and seduction. He took viewers on an emotional journey, revealing Dracula's past, his undying love for Mina, and the heartache that comes with his immortality. The film's lush visuals and haunting score added to the emotional weight, making viewers feel every heartbreak and longing as if it were their own. In recent years, television series like Dracula, 2020, and Penny Dreadful have revived interest in the character. These adaptations play with the darkness of Dracula's myth, weaving in modern themes and a fresh perspective. The Count is portrayed with more layers, often seen grappling with his nature and the consequences of his actions. These narratives allow audiences to reflect on their own humanity and the struggle between light and dark within themselves. Each new portrayal of Dracula opens the door to exploring what it means to be human. As audiences watch his story unfold, they see the parallels in their own lives. The longing for love, the pain of loss, and the choices we make in the face of our desires resonate deeply. The horror of Dracula is not just in his fangs, but in the heartache he embodies. Each character who falls prey to him represents the fragility of life and the complexities of love. Dracula's adaptation into popular media has made him an enduring symbol of the eternal struggle between desire and danger. His legend speaks to the fears that lie within us all, the darkness that whispers in the night. The heart-wrenching tales of those who cross his path remind us of the thin line between love and obsession. As viewers find themselves drawn into the world of Dracula, they experience the thrill of fear intertwined with the pull of romance. The legacy of the Count lives on, reminding us that even in the darkest corners of our imagination, there is beauty to be found. The film and television adaptations have captured the essence of this complex character, bringing his story to life in ways that resonate with the human experience. With each adaptation, new audiences are introduced to the legend of Dracula, ensuring that his haunting presence will continue to captivate and terrify for generations to come. The combination of horror and heartache makes the Dracula myth a powerful reflection of the human condition. As the screen fades to black, viewers are left with lingering questions about love, sacrifice, and the nature of evil. The legend of Dracula endures, a timeless tale that evokes both fear and a sense of longing, echoing the complexities of life itself. The night is alive with whispers, the air thick with anticipation as the familiar figure of Dracula emerges from the shadows. His legacy has not just survived the passage of time, it has transformed, breathing new life into the centuries-old tale. In modern literature, film, and pop culture, Dracula has become a symbol of more than just horror. He embodies the complexity of love, loss, and the eternal struggle between light and darkness. In contemporary literature, Dracula's character often transcends the traditional boundaries of villainy. Authors reimagine him, crafting stories that delve into his psyche, exploring his motivations and desires. In novels like The Historian by Elizabeth Kostova, Dracula becomes a figure woven into the fabric of history, a haunting presence that resonates through the ages. Readers find themselves swept away in a tale that blurs the lines between history and myth, where the Count is both a monster and a tragic figure longing for connection. The emotional depth of these stories pulls at the heartstrings, revealing that beneath the bloodthirsty exterior lies a soul craving love and understanding. The portrayal of Dracula in modern films reflects a similar evolution. Movies like What We Do in the Shadows bring humor to the vampire mythos, turning Dracula into a quirky character who navigates the modern world with a blend of charm and absurdity. This lighthearted interpretation allows audiences to see a different side of the Count, making him relatable in his struggles to fit into contemporary society. Yet, even in the laughter, there's an undercurrent of longing and nostalgia for a time when his existence was shrouded in mystery and fear. On the darker end of the spectrum, films like Only Lovers Left Alive present Dracula as a weary soul, a vampire burdened by the weight of immortality. Played by the ever-captivating Tilda Swinton and Tom Hiddleston, the characters reflect on centuries gone by, their conversations tinged with a melancholy that resonates deeply. Their love story unfolds against a backdrop of urban decay, where beauty exists alongside despair. This portrayal captures the heartache of living forever, the loneliness that accompanies eternal life, and the bittersweet nature of love that endures despite the challenges. Television series have also breathed new life into Dracula's story. In Dracula 2020, the Count is reimagined as a charismatic anti-hero who captivates viewers with his charm and cunning. The series presents his relationship with Mina and Jonathan Harker through a fresh lens, allowing audiences to witness the complexities of love and betrayal. As Dracula navigates the treacherous waters of desire, viewers are left questioning their own understanding of morality and the choices made in the name of love. The emotions portrayed on screen remind us that even the most feared figures can be shaped by their relationships and experiences. In the realm of pop culture, Dracula's influence is everywhere. From Halloween costumes to references in music and art, his presence lingers in the collective imagination. The Count symbolizes not just fear but also passion, the allure of the forbidden. In songs that speak of love and loss, the imagery of the vampire serves as a powerful metaphor for longing and desire. His essence is woven into our cultural fabric, a reminder that the dark can be captivating and love can emerge from the shadows. As modern interpretations of Dracula unfold, the themes of redemption and transformation become increasingly prominent. In stories like The Coldest Girl in Cold Town by Holly Black, vampires exist in a world that mirrors our own, where choices and consequences play a significant role in shaping identity. The struggle for acceptance and the fight against one's nature reflect the universal human experience, resonating with anyone who has faced inner demons. The emotional weight of these narratives speaks to the heart, reminding us that even those marked by darkness can seek light. The evolution of Dracula's character in modern media speaks to the timelessness of his story. His duality, the monster and the tragic lover, continues to captivate audiences, offering a mirror to our own struggles with identity, love, and morality. The fear and fascination he inspires remind us of the complexities of the human experience, where love and loss intertwine, creating a tapestry of emotions that is both haunting and beautiful. Each new adaptation, whether in literature, film, or pop culture, adds layers to the Dracula myth, enriching it with fresh perspectives and emotional depth. The Count's journey through time mirrors our own search for connection, understanding, and the acceptance of our darker sides. The emotional stakes are high, and as audiences engage with these stories, they are drawn into the profound questions that define what it means to be human. Dracula's legacy endures not just as a figure of horror, but as a representation of the human condition. His struggles reflect our fears and desires, reminding us that even in darkness, there is beauty to be found. As we continue to explore his tale, we find ourselves confronting our own vulnerabilities, navigating the complexities of love, and embracing the shadows that shape our identities. The modern interpretations of Dracula resonate with audiences, ensuring that his haunting story will continue to captivate hearts and minds for generations to come. In the heart of Romania, where the mountains touch the sky and ancient castles rise from the mist, the figure of Dracula looms large, casting a shadow both dark and enchanting. To many outside Romania, Dracula represents a fearsome vampire, a creature of nightmares fueled by blood and terror. But within the borders of this beautiful country, the story of Dracula is woven into the very fabric of its culture and identity, transforming him into a complex symbol of history, folklore, and national pride. In contemporary Romanian culture, Dracula is not just a monster but a reminder of the country's rich heritage. The legacy of Vlad the Impaler, the historical figure who inspired Bram Stoker's Dracula, resonates deeply with the people. Vlad was a ruler who fought fiercely for his land against foreign invaders, known for his ruthless tactics and strength. Many Romanians see him as a national hero, a protector of their homeland during a time of great turmoil. This duality of Dracula, both a hero and a villain, sparks a mix of emotions, showcasing the complexities of their history. In towns like Sigosora, where Vlad was born, the streets are alive with the tales of the past. Local shops sell trinkets and souvenirs bearing the image of Dracula, blending commerce with culture. People stroll through the cobblestone streets, their laughter echoing off the ancient walls. They feel a sense of connection to the legend that has traveled through time, bringing both tourists and history enthusiasts to their doorstep. Yet, beneath the surface, the story of Dracula evokes a bittersweet feeling, a reflection on how history can shape identity. Romania's embrace of the Dracula myth has led to a burgeoning tourism industry, with visitors flocking to Bran Castle, often referred to as Dracula's Castle. Here, the atmosphere is charged with excitement, and the air is thick with tales of horror and romance. As tourists wander through the dimly lit halls, they are drawn into the story, captivated by the very essence of what Dracula represents. However, for Romanians, the castle is more than a spooky attraction. It is a symbol of their history and resilience, a place where stories of their ancestors come to life. The conflicting feelings of pride and fear mingle together, creating a unique relationship with the legend. Yet, not all views of Dracula are filled with admiration. For some Romanians, the portrayal of Dracula in pop culture oversimplifies and distorts their rich folklore. They feel a pang of sadness when they see how the character is often reduced to a cliché, an immortal vampire with a cape and fangs, losing the nuances that define him. This disconnect between the myth and the reality stirs emotions, as many wish to share the depth of their culture without the overshadowing presence of a single character. Their history is vast and complex, filled with stories that deserve to be told in all their glory. In the contemporary artistic scene, Dracula has inspired countless works, from literature to theater, allowing artists to express their interpretations of the legend. Playwrights and filmmakers often explore the darker themes surrounding the figure, delving into the emotional turmoil that comes with immortality, love, and betrayal. These works resonate deeply with audiences, stirring feelings of empathy for a character often viewed as merely a monster. The struggle between good and evil, love and hatred, mirrors the human experience, making Dracula a symbol of our own conflicts. The Dracula legend also invites discussions about identity and representation. As Romania navigates its place in the modern world, the figure of Dracula serves as a reminder of the power of storytelling. The emotional connection many Romanians have with the legend underscores a desire to define themselves on their own terms, beyond the stereotypes that sometimes prevail. They seek to reclaim the narrative, showcasing the richness of their culture while honoring the complexities of their past. At local festivals and gatherings, the spirit of Dracula is celebrated with traditional music, dance, and storytelling. Families come together, sharing tales that have been passed down through generations, and fusing the legend with new life. The warmth of the community shines through as laughter fills the air, reminding everyone that while Dracula may be a figure of fear, he is also a part of their shared history and heritage. The intertwining of joy and sorrow becomes a beautiful tapestry of emotions, reflecting the resilience of a nation that has weathered many storms. Children grow up hearing stories of Dracula, but these tales are not only about horror. They are about bravery, strength, and the struggle for freedom. Parents tell their children of Vlad the Impaler, emphasizing his role as a protector of the realm. The legend becomes a source of inspiration, teaching young minds about their roots and the importance of standing firm in the face of adversity. This passing down of knowledge fills hearts with pride and instills a sense of belonging to something greater. Dracula also serves as a bridge between the past and the future. As the world grows more interconnected, Romanians continue to embrace their unique identity, celebrating the duality of Dracula as both a symbol of their history and a point of cultural interest. The emotional journey of accepting a character so intertwined with their culture reflects a broader narrative of understanding and acceptance. Through every twist and turn of the Dracula legend, Romanians find solace in their shared experiences. The mixture of pride, nostalgia, and the recognition of their historical struggles creates a profound connection with this iconic figure. In contemporary Romanian culture, Dracula stands not just as a monster lurking in the shadows, but as a complex symbol of resilience, identity, and the everlasting bond between the past and the present. As darkness falls and shadows stretch across the land, a chill fills the air, creeping into the hearts of those who hear the name Dracula. This name evokes not just tales of a terrifying vampire, but also a profound connection to one of humanity's deepest fears, the fear of death. The legend of Dracula taps into this primal anxiety, awakening a sense of dread and curiosity about what lies beyond the grave. The figure of Dracula stands as a haunting reminder of mortality. He embodies the struggle against death, a struggle that resonates with every person who has ever lost someone dear or faced the inevitability of their own demise. The very idea of a creature who defies death by feeding on the living brings forth a haunting thought: what if we could escape death, at least for a while? This question sends shivers down the spine, stirring emotions tied to life and loss, hope and despair. Dracula's immortality is a double-edged sword. While it offers the allure of eternal life, it also presents a chilling reality. He walks the earth endlessly, burdened by the weight of his existence. In the stillness of the night, as he hunts for his next victim, he is not merely seeking blood, he is also in pursuit of a connection that death has severed. Each life he claims is a desperate grasp for meaning in a world where life is fleeting. This paradox touches the hearts of those who understand the fragility of life. It reflects our yearning for permanence in a transient world. Each encounter with Dracula is filled with a palpable tension, embodying our worst nightmares. His presence brings forth the fear of being hunted, of losing control over one's fate. Victims are drawn into his dark world, where time stands still and fear reigns supreme. The emotions experienced by those who face Dracula become a mirror of our own feelings when confronted with mortality. The horror of being trapped in a cycle of death and rebirth, forever a pawn in a game of survival, resonates with the deepest recesses of the human soul. The legend also highlights the societal fear of the unknown. What happens after we die? The ambiguity surrounding death leaves many unsettled. Dracula, as a creature that straddles the line between life and death, becomes a symbol of that uncertainty. He represents the haunting thought that death may not be the end, but rather a transformation into something dark and unsettling. This notion terrifies yet intrigues, inviting people to explore the depths of their own fears and beliefs. In many stories, the victims of Dracula often find themselves in moments of reflection, grappling with their own mortality. As they confront the monster, they are forced to confront their own fears and regrets. Each encounter becomes an opportunity for growth, revealing hidden strengths and weaknesses. This emotional turmoil evokes empathy, allowing readers and audiences to connect with the characters on a deeper level. It encourages them to reflect on their own lives and the legacy they wish to leave behind. The fear of death also extends beyond the individual to the collective. Communities often come together in the face of loss, finding strength in shared grief. The Dracula legend reflects this communal experience, as towns unite to defend themselves against the dark threat. The fear of death becomes a catalyst for unity, drawing people closer as they confront a common enemy. In this way, Dracula is not just a figure of terror, he is a reminder of the bonds that tie us together in the face of our shared mortality. As Dracula lurks in the shadows, the question of what it means to truly live hangs heavy in the air. His existence challenges us to consider how we spend our time on this earth. Are we merely waiting for death, or are we fully engaging in the life we have? The fear of death becomes a call to action, urging individuals to seize the moment and embrace the beauty of existence. Each heartbeat, each breath, becomes a treasure in the face of the inevitable. The darkness of the Dracula legend is not solely a tale of horror, it is a profound exploration of the human experience. The fear of death, intertwined with themes of love, loss, and the quest for meaning, creates a tapestry of emotions that resonates with us all. It compels us to confront our own fears and desires, inviting us to reflect on our mortality and the choices we make. In the end, the Dracula legend is a haunting reflection of our deepest fears. It forces us to confront the fragility of life and the inevitability of death while reminding us of the strength that lies within us. The fear of death, intertwined with the desire for immortality, creates a complex emotional landscape that challenges us to embrace life fully, even in the face of darkness. As we ponder the legend of Dracula, we are left with a profound sense of connection to our own humanity, reminding us that while death may be inevitable, the way we live remains a choice. At the edge of a dark forest, looming against the night sky, stands a castle like no other. Its high towers reach for the stars, casting eerie shadows on the land below. This is Dracula's castle, a place that stirs the imagination and chills the heart. The very sight of it sends shivers down the spine, for it is more than just a building, it is a powerful symbol of fear, power, and the unknown. Dracula's castle embodies the essence of horror and mystery. It represents the fear of the dark and the unknown lurking within it. As the sun sets and darkness descends, the castle becomes a fortress of dread, where shadows dance and whispers echo through the halls. It stands as a reminder of the fears we hold inside, the anxieties that keep us awake at night, and the monsters that seem to come alive when the lights go out. Each brick tells a story of despair, of lost souls, and of those who have come to the castle seeking adventure but found only terror. This castle is also a symbol of power. The towering walls and formidable architecture signify strength and control, a stark contrast to the fragility of human life. It represents the way power can corrupt, leading individuals to make dark choices in pursuit of immortality. Within its walls, Dracula reigns supreme, wielding his authority over the living and the dead alike. The castle becomes a reflection of his twisted desires and insatiable hunger for power. It serves as a chilling reminder that with great power comes great responsibility, and often, great darkness. The castle's isolation amplifies its symbolism. Perched high on a cliff or hidden deep in the mountains, it stands apart from the world, cut off from the warmth of human connection. This solitude mirrors Dracula's own existence, a life marked by loneliness and despair. He is a creature of the night, unable to fully partake in the joys of humanity. The castle symbolizes not just physical isolation but emotional detachment. It evokes a deep sense of empathy, for it reminds us of the struggles faced by those who feel like outsiders, longing for connection but trapped in their own darkness. Inside the castle, the atmosphere is thick with history and secrets. The winding staircases and hidden passages echo with the laughter and cries of those who have crossed its threshold. It stands as a monument to the past, holding within its walls the memories of countless souls who have fallen victim to Dracula's charm and cruelty. Each room carries the weight of tragedy, capturing the heartache and longing of those who dared to enter. The castle becomes a living entity, a character in its own right, shaping the fate of those who encounter it. In popular culture, Dracula's castle has transcended its original context, becoming an iconic symbol of horror. It represents the archetypal haunted house, the place where nightmares come to life. Movies, books, and art have portrayed the castle in various forms, from the grand and terrifying to the dilapidated and eerie. Each interpretation captures a different facet of its symbolism, reminding audiences of the universal fears associated with the unknown. The castle also symbolizes the eternal struggle between good and evil. It serves as the battleground for the forces of light and darkness, where heroes confront their deepest fears. As brave souls venture into the castle, they are met with challenges that test their courage and resolve. This represents the journey of self-discovery that everyone must face, the confrontation with one's own demons and the quest for redemption. The castle stands as a powerful metaphor for the struggles we all face in our lives, inviting us to confront our fears and emerge stronger. Dracula's castle also evokes a sense of longing and desire. It embodies the seductive allure of the dark side, a place where one can explore the boundaries of morality and embrace the forbidden. The castle serves as a backdrop for tales of passion, obsession, and betrayal, illustrating how desire can lead to both ecstasy and ruin. This duality resonates deeply within us as we grapple with our own desires and the choices we make in pursuit of them. In folklore and pop culture, Dracula's castle remains a potent symbol of the human experience. It taps into our primal fears, our longing for connection, and our struggle against the forces that seek to control us. The castle stands as a reminder that within the darkness lies the potential for growth and transformation. As we confront our fears and navigate the complexities of life, we are drawn to the castle, compelled to uncover the mysteries it holds. Ultimately, Dracula's castle is more than just a setting, it is a powerful reflection of the human condition. It embodies our fears and desires, our struggles and triumphs, reminding us that even in the darkest places, there is the potential for light. Each tale spun around its walls resonates with our own stories, inviting us to explore the depths of our hearts and the shadows that linger within. As we gaze upon the silhouette of the castle against the night sky, we cannot help but feel a sense of wonder and trepidation, knowing that it holds both the darkness of our fears and the light of our hopes. In the shadows of Dracula's tale, where fear and seduction intertwine, the women emerge as haunting figures that capture both the heart and the imagination. They are not mere victims or background characters, they embody complexity, longing, and an unsettling power that lingers long after the story ends. Each female character in the Dracula myth offers a glimpse into the depths of human emotion, revealing the dark and beautiful facets of their existence. The most iconic among them is Mina Harker, whose transformation throughout the story evokes a deep sense of empathy. At first, Mina is portrayed as the epitome of innocence, the loving fiancée who is determined to support her husband, Jonathan Harker. Her character radiates warmth and loyalty, and readers are drawn to her strength and resilience. However, as the dark influence of Dracula creeps into her life, she finds herself caught in a web of desire and horror. Mina's internal struggle is palpable. She battles against the seductive pull of Dracula while desperately clinging to her sense of self. This conflict resonates deeply, illustrating the struggle many women face when navigating love, desire, and societal expectations. Her journey reflects the painful reality of feeling torn between loyalty and the unsettling allure of the unknown. Then there are the three vampiric brides of Dracula, who dwell within the confines of his castle. They are ethereal and enchanting, embodying both beauty and terror. Their presence introduces a chilling dynamic to the narrative. These women, once human, now exist in a realm between life and death, forever tied to the vampire lord. Their allure is magnetic, and they represent the dark side of femininity, temptation wrapped in seduction. In their eternal hunger for blood, they symbolize a powerful force that defies societal norms. They are not merely monsters, they are tragic figures trapped in a cycle of desire and despair. The way they approach Jonathan Harker, luring him with promises of ecstasy, evokes a sense of haunting beauty that leaves a lasting impression. Their longing for connection and freedom is palpable, even as they embody the very essence of horror. Lucy Westenra, another pivotal character, adds another layer to the portrayal of women in this myth. She begins as a vibrant and vivacious young woman, full of life and dreams. Her tragic fate, falling victim to Dracula's seductive powers, serves as a heartbreaking commentary on the vulnerability of women in a patriarchal society. Lucy's transformation into a vampire strips away her humanity, turning her into a predator. The moment she succumbs to Dracula's influence is haunting. It illustrates the terrifying consequences of desire. Her death transforms her into a symbol of lost innocence, leaving behind a deep ache in the hearts of those who loved her. The contrast between her lively spirit and her tragic fate evokes a profound sense of loss, resonating with anyone who has witnessed the fleeting nature of life. The role of women in the Dracula myth extends beyond mere victimhood. They are also powerful agents of change. Van Helsing's female companions, particularly Mina, become crucial in the battle against Dracula. Their courage and determination shine through as they take on a role traditionally reserved for male characters. Mina's intellect and insight prove invaluable as she helps devise a plan to stop Dracula. This shift in dynamics is powerful. It portrays women as capable and resourceful, refusing to be merely passive bystanders. Their collective strength illustrates a bond of solidarity that transcends fear, as they unite to confront the darkness that threatens to engulf them. Throughout the Dracula myth, the female characters also embody the conflict between societal expectations and individual desires. The expectations placed upon them of purity, loyalty, and domesticity clash with their innermost yearnings. Mina struggled to reconcile her love for Jonathan with the intoxicating pull of Dracula, symbolizes the tension many women experience when faced with conflicting desires. This theme resonates deeply, as it speaks to the timeless struggle for autonomy in a world that often seeks to define and limit women's choices. In the end, the women in the Dracula myth are more than just characters, they are vessels of emotion and experience. They embody the complexities of love, longing, and loss, reminding us of the multifaceted nature of femininity. Their stories evoke goosebumps as they navigate the haunting landscapes of desire and horror. The tale of Dracula is not solely about the vampire himself, it is also a poignant exploration of the struggles faced by women, of their resilience, their vulnerability, and their power. The echo of their voices lingers long after the story is told, challenging us to confront the darker aspects of human nature. In a world that often seeks to silence women's stories, the female characters in the Dracula myth rise from the shadows, urging us to listen and remember. Their tales are not just of horror but of humanity, of love that transcends death, of strength found in vulnerability, and of the unyielding desire for connection. Through their journeys, we are reminded that even in the darkest of tales, there is a flicker of light, a haunting beauty that stays with us forever. In the misty mountains of Romania, the legends of vampirism weave a tapestry of fear and fascination that has echoed through centuries. These tales, born from the depths of ancient superstition, have transformed and evolved, much like the dark figures they describe. The evolution of the Dracula myth is a reflection of the culture and history of Romania, a testament to how fear can morph into fascination, how darkness can shimmer with the light of stories shared around flickering fires. Long before Bram Stoker's novel, tales of the undead haunted the minds of the Romanian people. Stories of the strigoi, spirits of the dead who returned to prey on the living, circulated in hushed tones. Strigoi were believed to rise from their graves, seeking the warmth of the living, draining the life force from those they once loved. This belief was rooted deeply in the culture, where the fear of death was often intertwined with a dread of what lay beyond. Families took measures to protect themselves, garlic hung in windows, and stakes were driven into the earth to prevent the dead from rising again. As time marched on, the character of the vampire evolved. The strigoi began to take on more distinct features, becoming the very embodiment of malevolence. These tales were filled with emotions that ran deep, reflecting the pain of loss and the fear of the unknown. The stories were not just about monsters, they were about love lost, betrayal, and the longing for connection. The vampire became a symbol of those who had died unfulfilled, forever yearning for the life they once had. This emotional weight added layers to the myth, making it both terrifying and heartbreakingly beautiful. In the 15th century, Vlad the Impaler, Dracula himself, rose to infamy. Known for his brutal tactics and fearsome reputation, he became intertwined with the vampire legends. Tales of his cruelty spread far and wide, mixing with the existing folklore of the strigoi. People whispered of how Vlad had dined among his enemies' corpses, drinking their blood to instill fear in all who dared to oppose him. This was a turning point in the myth's evolution, as the line between history and legend began to blur. Vlad's life was marked by pain and violence, and as stories of his deeds circulated, they became more than mere history, they transformed into a chilling narrative that explored the darkest corners of the human soul. With the passage of time, the vampire myth continued to morph. The legend of Dracula took on a life of its own, becoming a symbol not just of horror but of cultural identity. The image of the vampire began to reflect the struggles of the Romanian people, oppressed by foreign invaders, haunted by their past, and striving for their place in the world. Dracula became a figure of resistance, a powerful warrior who fought against his enemies, even if his methods were dark and gruesome. The duality of Dracula's character, both villain and hero, captured the imagination of the people, creating a sense of pride wrapped in fear. As the 19th century approached, the vampire myth underwent yet another transformation. With the publication of Bram Stoker's Dracula in 1897, the figure of Dracula was catapulted onto the global stage. Stoker's novel drew heavily from Romanian folklore but painted a new picture of the vampire, one of seduction and charm. Dracula became a symbol of forbidden desire, his presence both intoxicating and terrifying. The romanticized version of vampirism captured the hearts of many, leading to a fascination with the undead that transcended borders. However, while Dracula gained international fame, the roots of the myth remained firmly planted in Romanian soil. The folklore surrounding the Strigoi persisted, evolving with the changing times. In rural communities, stories were still shared of the dark shadows that moved at night, of whispers in the wind that warned of lurking danger. The tales of the undead were told with a sense of urgency, rooted in the collective memory of a people who had faced hardship and loss. The evolution of the Dracula myth in Romania reflects a rich tapestry of emotions: fear, longing, betrayal, and resilience. As the myth grew and changed, it remained deeply connected to the cultural identity of the Romanian people. The legends were not just stories to be told, they were a way to confront the darkness that loomed over their lives. Each retelling, each new interpretation, added layers to the myth, transforming it into something profoundly human. Today, the myth of Dracula continues to resonate within Romanian culture. Tourists flock to the country, drawn by the allure of the vampire legend, while locals embrace their dark heritage with a mix of pride and caution. The castles and landscapes that inspired these tales have become a backdrop for the stories that shaped the nation's identity. Each shadow that dances across the ancient walls holds the weight of history, reminding everyone of the struggles and triumphs of those who came before. The evolution of vampirism myths in Romania serves as a powerful reminder of how stories can shape a culture. They reflect the complexities of human emotion, the fear of death, the longing for connection, and the resilience of a people who refuse to be forgotten. The myths continue to evolve, telling not just of monsters but of the heart that beats within every tale. Through it all, the legend of Dracula remains a haunting echo of history, a testament to the power of storytelling and the unyielding spirit of a nation. In the heart of Romania, where the Carpathian Mountains kiss the sky, the story of Dracula resonates with an intensity that reaches beyond the chilling tales of the undead. It is a narrative woven into the very fabric of the nation's identity, a symbol of pride, resilience, and defiance against oppression. As people walk the cobbled streets of Transylvania, they feel the weight of history pressing down on them, and they understand that Dracula is more than just a creature of the night. He is a reflection of the Romanian spirit. The figure of Dracula is deeply rooted in the life of Vlad the Impaler, a 15th century ruler whose name sends shivers down the spine. Vlad's fierce reputation was not just for his brutal tactics, but for his unwavering commitment to defending his homeland against invading forces. To many, he is a national hero, a warrior who fought tirelessly to protect Romania's sovereignty. In a world where enemies lurked in the shadows, Vlad stood tall, instilling fear in his foes and earning a reputation that would echo through the ages. For centuries, Romanians have embraced Vlad's story, turning it into a symbol of national pride. In the face of foreign oppression, the tales of Dracula became a rallying cry for a people determined to carve out their place in history. The vampire's legacy is a reminder of the struggles faced by Romanians, a testament to their resilience against those who sought to erase their identity. This connection between Dracula and the nation runs deep, like roots twisting and turning beneath the surface of the earth. In the 19th century, as Romania sought to establish its identity amidst the tides of nationalism sweeping across Europe, the Dracula legend gained newfound significance. Writers and artists turned to the figure of Dracula, using it to explore themes of identity, power, and cultural heritage. The image of the vampire transformed into something more profound, a symbol of the Romanian spirit's undying strength, an emblem of the fight against tyranny. People began to see Dracula not just as a monster, but as a metaphor for their struggles, a reflection of their desires and fears. With Bram Stoker's Dracula publishing in 1897, the myth leaped from the shadows of Romania and into the hearts of readers around the world. The novel introduced a new, seductive version of the vampire that captivated the imagination of the masses. Yet, despite its global success, the essence of Dracula remained intricately tied to Romanian culture. The world's fascination with the vampire opened doors for Romania, turning its folklore into a tool for tourism and cultural pride. The very castles that inspired Stoker became landmarks of national significance, attracting visitors eager to experience the allure of the vampire legend. As the 20th century unfolded, Romania faced its own battles for identity and sovereignty. Under communist rule, the government often manipulated history and culture to serve its agenda. Despite this, the figure of Dracula endured, standing as a beacon of defiance against oppression. The tales of the vampire became a reminder of the resilience of the Romanian people. In the face of censorship and control, they clung to their folklore, finding comfort and strength in the stories that defined their past. The post-communist era brought a renaissance of Romanian identity, and Dracula became a central figure in reclaiming that identity. The myth transformed once again, now representing not just the fear of death, but the triumph of the human spirit over adversity. Festivals celebrating Dracula and his lore sprang up, drawing people from all walks of life. This celebration was not just about a monster, it was about embracing the complex history of a nation that had endured so much. It was a moment for Romanians to take pride in their heritage, to honor the struggles of their ancestors while looking forward to a brighter future. The vampire's connection to power is evident in the way he navigates his world. He is a master manipulator, able to bend others to his will. This portrayal speaks to the desire for control that exists within all of us. The allure of power can be intoxicating, and Dracula's legend serves as a reminder of the potential consequences of that thirst. It invites reflection on the nature of power, how it can corrupt, but also how it can empower. Yet, beneath the layers of power and fear lies an undeniable vulnerability. The very act of being a vampire makes Dracula an outsider, a creature forever caught between two worlds. He is a symbol of the eternal struggle for acceptance, a reminder that the desire for power can lead to isolation. This aspect of his character adds depth to the legend, making him a figure of both dread and empathy. For the Romanian people, Dracula is a source of pride and resilience. His story has been passed down through generations, a testament to their enduring spirit. He embodies the strength to resist oppression, to fight back against those who would seek to control. The legend of Dracula serves as a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there exists the power to stand up and defy those who would seek to dominate. In a world often fraught with fear, the legacy of Dracula remains a potent symbol of resistance. His story is not just one of blood and terror, it is a tale of courage and determination. As people continue to share his legend, they celebrate the power that resides within them, the ability to rise against adversity and reclaim their identity. Through the figure of Dracula, they find inspiration to confront their own challenges, to embrace the complexities of power, and to transform fear into strength. In this way, Dracula becomes a beacon of hope, a reminder that even in the face of darkness, the human spirit can prevail. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a pale light over the world. Shadows danced eerily among the trees, and a chill ran down the spine of anyone who dared to wander into the night. It is in this haunting atmosphere that the legend of Dracula takes root, captivating hearts and minds across generations. But what is it about this dark figure that continues to enthrall us? Why does the Dracula myth endure, weaving itself into the very fabric of our culture, literature, and film? At the heart of Dracula's enduring mystery lies the complexity of his character. He is not merely a monster, he is a tragic figure, caught in the grip of his own dark desires. This duality makes him relatable. He represents our fears and our passions, our struggles against the shadows that lurk within. In a world filled with uncertainties, we find solace in exploring these darker aspects of ourselves through the lens of his story. The fear of the unknown is a powerful force, and Dracula embodies that fear in a way that is both thrilling and deeply unsettling. He is a creature of the night, prowling in the darkness, waiting for unsuspecting victims. This chilling image stirs something primal within us, a reminder of our vulnerability. The thrill of fear can be intoxicating, and it is this exhilaration that keeps the myth alive. We are drawn to the idea that there are things in the world we cannot fully understand, and Dracula stands as a testament to those hidden mysteries. Dracula also represents the ultimate battle between good and evil. His presence raises questions about morality, choice, and the consequences of our actions. Are we inherently good or evil? Can a person who embodies both be redeemed? These questions linger in the minds of readers and viewers alike, prompting deep reflection on the nature of humanity. The struggle between light and dark resonates with everyone, making Dracula's story timeless and universal. Another aspect of Dracula's allure is his connection to love and desire. Despite his monstrous nature, he is often portrayed as a romantic figure, driven by an insatiable thirst for companionship. His longing for connection makes him more than just a predator, it gives him depth and humanity. Many are captivated by the idea that even the most feared creatures can crave love. This bittersweet yearning strikes a chord within us, making his character both tragic and relatable. The stories surrounding Dracula also tap into our fascination with the supernatural. Tales of vampires, witches, and otherworldly beings have existed for centuries, captivating our imaginations. These legends provide an escape from reality, allowing us to explore the realms of magic and mystery. Dracula is the quintessential vampire, embodying all the fears and fantasies we associate with the supernatural. His presence in literature and film has cemented his status as a cultural icon, ensuring that his story will continue to be told and retold. Dracula's influence extends beyond fiction. He has become a symbol of rebellion against societal norms. In a world that often seeks to confine and control, Dracula stands as a figure who defies convention. He embraces his darkness and revels in his power. This defiance resonates with those who feel marginalized or oppressed, offering a sense of empowerment. The idea that one can rise against the constraints of society, even at the cost of being labeled a monster, is a message that continues to resonate today. Furthermore, the myth of Dracula is interwoven with themes of transformation and identity. The act of becoming a vampire represents a profound change, shedding one's old self in favor of something new and terrifying. This transformation can be seen as a metaphor for the struggles we face in our own lives. Just as Dracula grapples with his new existence, we too confront moments of change that force us to question who we are and what we believe. The allure of transformation, the promise of becoming something greater, even at a cost, keeps us invested in his story. Today, the legacy of Dracula continues to resonate deeply within Romanian culture. It serves as a reminder of the nation's trials and triumphs. In every story told, every festival celebrated, and every castle visited, the spirit of Dracula lives on, connecting generations through shared history. The vampire's image has evolved, adapting to modern sensibilities, yet the core message remains unchanged: resilience, identity, and a fierce love for one's homeland. For Romanians, Dracula is not merely a character from a novel or a horror film. He embodies the strength and tenacity of a people who have faced countless challenges. The stories of his exploits echo in the hearts of those who walk the lands he once roamed. With every retelling, the legend grows stronger, intertwining the past with the present, reminding everyone of the sacrifices made for freedom and identity. In a world that often seeks to define us, the story of Dracula serves as a powerful affirmation of Romanian identity. The vampire, with all his darkness and complexity, becomes a source of pride, a symbol of a nation that has faced its demons and emerged stronger. Through the lens of Dracula, Romanians can reflect on their history, embrace their culture, and celebrate their unique place in the tapestry of the world. The political and cultural significance of Dracula is undeniable. He is a reminder of the power of storytelling, the importance of heritage, and the strength of a people who refuse to be forgotten. Each tale spun from the threads of his legend adds depth to the national identity, intertwining fear and fascination in a way that captures the heart and soul of Romania. As the sun sets over the Carpathians, casting long shadows over the land, the legacy of Dracula stands tall, a haunting yet beautiful reminder of what it means to be truly alive. In the shadows of history, the figure of Dracula looms large, a powerful symbol that transcends the realm of myth and folklore. He is not just a creature of the night. He represents resistance, power, and the dark forces that can either bind or liberate a people. To many, Dracula embodies the struggle against oppression and the fierce will to protect one's home and identity. His tale speaks to the heart of those who have faced insurmountable challenges, transforming fear into strength. The story of Dracula begins with Vlad the Impaler, a ruler whose brutality in battle was matched only by his unyielding determination to protect his kingdom. Vlad's reign was marked by constant threats from foreign powers. Rather than succumb to fear, he embraced it, using terror as a weapon against his enemies. This use of fear became a part of his legacy, transforming him into a figure that invoked both dread and respect. For the people of Romania, Vlad was more than a leader. He was a protector who stood defiantly against those who sought to conquer them. Dracula's legend is steeped in the complexity of power. His very name evokes images of darkness and dominance, yet it also brings to light the struggles faced by a nation. In folklore, he becomes a reflection of the human condition, the battle between good and evil, the instinct to survive in a world fraught with danger. The power he wields is a double-edged sword, representing the fine line between tyranny and justice. In the minds of many, Dracula is a ruler who used fear not just to control, but to inspire loyalty and respect among his people. The fear he instills in his enemies is palpable. His reputation as a ruthless warrior becomes a form of resistance against those who threaten his land. Stories of his bloodthirsty tactics spread far and wide, creating a formidable barrier that kept would-be invaders at bay. In this way, Dracula becomes a symbol of strength and defiance, a reminder that even in the darkest of times, one can find the power to resist. For the Romanian people, his story reinforces the idea that fear can be harnessed and transformed into a tool for survival. Yet, the tales of Dracula do not merely dwell on fear, they also explore the complexities of power. His character embodies the struggle for control, not just over his enemies, but also over his own nature. As a vampire, he represents the internal conflict faced by those in positions of authority. The desire for power can lead to corruption, and Dracula's legend serves as a cautionary tale about the fine line between hero and monster. The more he succumbs to his darker impulses, the more he loses touch with his humanity. This duality is where the heart of the Dracula myth lies. He is a powerful figure, feared by many, yet haunted by his own desires. This complexity makes him relatable, a reflection of the internal struggles faced by those who seek power. The very act of resisting oppression can lead one down a dark path. The fear of becoming what one fights against is a central theme, resonating with anyone who has ever faced adversity. Dracula's representation of power extends beyond his personal story, it encapsulates the collective experience of a nation. In the folklore, he becomes a vessel for the emotions and fears of the Romanian people. They see in him a reflection of their own struggles against foreign invaders, a symbol of their fight for autonomy and identity. The power he wields serves as a rallying cry, reminding them of their rich history and the sacrifices made to preserve their homeland. As the stories of Dracula spread beyond Romania's borders, they transformed into a symbol of resistance against broader themes of oppression. The image of the vampire evolved, taking on new meanings in different cultures. In many adaptations, he becomes a figure of rebellion, challenging societal norms and conventions. This interpretation resonates deeply with audiences as it taps into the universal struggle for freedom. Dracula transcends his origins, becoming a metaphor for those who resist the chains of oppression in all forms. Cultural adaptations of Dracula have also played a significant role in ensuring the myth's survival. From stage productions to Hollywood films, each interpretation brings something unique to the table. Some portray him as a seductive lover, while others depict him as a ruthless killer. This versatility allows the character to evolve, reflecting the values and fears of each era. As society changes, so too does the way we perceive Dracula. His story remains relevant, adapting to fit the changing landscape of human experience. The connection to Romanian history and folklore adds another layer to Dracula's allure. The real-life figure of Vlad the Impaler, the inspiration for the character, evokes a sense of authenticity. The intertwining of history and myth makes the legend feel tangible, as if there is a kernel of truth buried within the tales. This connection to the past deepens our fascination, inviting us to explore the boundaries between fact and fiction. As we continue to grapple with the complexities of life, the enduring mystery of Dracula offers us a safe space to confront our fears and desires. we can explore the darker sides of human nature while still holding on to hope and redemption. The legend invites us to ponder what it truly means to be human, to wrestle with our inner demons while seeking connection and understanding. In the shadows, where fear and fascination collide, the legend of Dracula thrives. It captures the imagination and stirs the soul, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of our existence, there is beauty to be found in the struggle. The enduring nature of this myth speaks to our desire for connection, our thirst for understanding, and our need to confront the shadows that linger just out of sight. As long as there are stories to tell, Dracula will continue to rise, a haunting figure that captivates us all.